Oh, are they playing League?
Um, I don't know. Everybody left. Yeah. I'll play. I'll, I mean, if you want to play one bar, I'll play.
Play a quick one. Play Spike Rush.
Sure. I'll play Spike Rush.
I need to drink this Red Bull because it's like starting to get. What up, Papi Canton? How you doing? Good, chilling. About to open this Red Bull real fast. Live. What about you, bro? What's up?
Match found.
Riz. Oh, we on Breeze, huh? Okay.
I am the beginning. I am
Woo
the
woo.
end.
Incopotamus, Barry McCulkin. What the fuck are these names, bro? Have you redeemed a great?
Yes.
Oh, Papi Canton is gifting a tier 1 sub.
This is all a miracle. I'm awake. I'm wide.
Thank you very much, Papi Canton. Congratulations to Dark Element YT for standing chiefdom in the league.
Spike rush.
Hey Omen, I respect a guy who knits.
Sorry for torturing. Yeah, 10 minutes isn't that bad.
Oh, what do you care?
A lot can happen in 4. Excuse me. Oh, good.
Light planted. Going up. Shadows traveling. Cover going out. Careful. Here. Enemy spotted B. Killed.
One enemy remaining.
Now get him.
That was very, like, efficient.
Reloading. I like you guys a lot better when we do.
What?
Marshall.
Oh yeah, I forgot we can't pick weapons in it. Do 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 do. Don't stare at me, nigga. What the fuck? Oh, it was like, what are you doing? I thought the breach was a fucking was an ally. Fucking tripped me out. I was like, bro, what are you doing?
30 seconds left.
I forgot you can no scope with them.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
My ult ready.
You can just plant. Or that. Never mind. You can do that and plant. Fuck, you can do it all.
Last round in the half.
Damn, that was impressive. Mexico represent.
Ooh. Oh, then.
Say. fuck is that? What was that?
My ult's ready.
Nocturne. Oh, you don't play League.
Oh, that was one of the fucking abilities that you can pick
Yeah.
up. Okay. I was like, if they actually gave somebody that ability, that'd be worse than a flash. Like, low key.
Hello?
Hello. So I need to check something. Can I still hear you guys if I
30
turn your
seconds
user
left.
volume down to 0? Let me turn Nude down to 0, and then Nude talk.
Okay. Can you? How about that? Can you hear?
See if I can still hear Nude.
Last player standing.
No, can't hear Nude. All right, Nude.
Wait.
Let me try it with Feed. Feed, I'm gonna turn you down to 0. Now Feed, say something.
Wait, what?
Nope, can't hear it.
What?
He didn't say anything.
What?
Okay, he's saying things now. Can you hear?
Say it again.
What?
Get out of my way.
Can you hear me?
Nope. Okay.
Okay. Tony.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Switching sides.
It helps with accuracy.
Y'all troubleshoot.
Yeah, confused. Chord is weird.
I thought he said, "Let me show you how to bust it," and I was, how is that fucking relevant to?
Someone's mid.
Get out of my way.
Jesus. Okay.
Spike planted.
Every time you fucking like try to like
Last player standing.
accurately shoot the fucking classic or any handgun, it just doesn't do anything. That should still be going all over the place. Fucking hate it.
Harm their vision. Still in sight.
That's a long. Well,
One enemy remaining.
I feel the strain. Block it out, Omen.
Uh,
I'm gonna go sleep.
Spike planted.
Okay, that's cool. Thanks for playing and stopping by and all that. Good night.
Last player standing. Match point.
I'll outshine all their radiance.
It begins.
There.
therapy.
Fire in the hole.
Hit nobody for anything. Great.
Last player standing.
Well, this was a
My ultimate's ready.
horrific game.
One enemy remaining.
See, it's fun. A horrific game. See, it's fun because
Die fucking immediately.
Get out of my way.
30 seconds left.
you put up a fight.
I might just take it back, boys.
Sudden death.
Let's go. Here. Enemy spotted me.
Spike planted.
Oops. Enemy spotted mid. My ult's ready.
Target down. Someone's B.
Last player standing.
I think that I heard them plant when I was over here. I heard them plant when I was over here. What the fuck?
I think it's just a global sound.
One enemy remaining.
Ultimate is ready.
Oh well.
Attackers win.
Oh my god, I can see the light.
Say what?
It's getting light out.
Yes, it is. The birds are out.
Yeah, I'm going to bed.
I don't.
Alright, good night.
Hi, dog. Trying to watch a video.
So today we're doing probably the worst speedrun of
Really
my
don't
life.
care. Fucking, it sounded interesting. Then I clicked on it and I was like, not interesting at all. I don't fucking know. I'll probably just. Wasn't sure if you were still here. I was, I'm gonna watch a couple things. Just except when I'm not. Yeah, that's very true. What's this? If this guy can beat Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green with only Black Off.
Hello internet users and welcome back to another video. Previously, I've gone over what would happen if you were to try and beat Pokemon Red and Blue by only using a Ditto in battle. Since then, I've gotten a ton of people asking me if I'd ever do the same thing in the Fire Red and Leaf Green remakes. And as much as people would like to see that, I don't think it would turn out to be as interesting or different enough to warrant another video. So instead, for a remake playthrough, I'm going to use a different Pokemon that people are also quick to call garbage. Slack Off. While on its own, Slack Off isn't necessarily the worst thing ever, but what really holds it back is its ability, Truant. Because of Truant, Slack Off is unable to act every other turn. Essentially, it's like every move it uses has the negative effects of Hyper Beam, and it needs to recharge every time it attacks, even if it
True.
doesn't actually do anything the turn before. It's pretty obvious why this ability was originally made for the Sloth Pokemon. As I'm sure you can imagine, Truant can make what would otherwise be an easy fight into a dangerous situation, as Pokemon is a game where a single move can make a huge difference. But anyways, you should...
You know, it's funny how, like, in Pokemon, in a fucking, like, competitive Pokemon or whatever, I'm not super well versed in it, but I know enough to at least, like, speculate on it, talk about it a little bit. It's really funny how, like, the only thing keeping Slacking from being, like, Uber or some shit is that ability. Do I have Switch? I do have Sword and Shield. Like, it's funny how, like, the only thing keeping Slack-Offs from being in, like, Ubers or whatever is literally just the Truant ability, because its fucking base stats are, like, 645 or some shit. Which like, if you have above 600, you're fucking broken as a Pokemon. You can do raid dance. I actually haven't done those in a while, yeah. Do those soon.
By now, so let's get this next part out of the way
We can do that either after this video or when I'm not interested in this video anymore.
The whole playthrough. Any necessary HM users are left fainted in the
I mean, that's a
party,
Den's
so
okay
that
word, yeah.
Slack-Off
Sounds like
cannot
we
be
got some shit then.
forcibly switched out.
I haven't played the
And
Dens in a
finally,
while.
no using items in battle. Here's hoping that people hear me say these things this time. Alright, starting the game.
Then your opponent runs protect, right, yeah.
Until I get a sloth that has just what I think I'll need to make it through the game. It's important that I take the
I feel like
Pokeball
slacking
that
is
would
usually a lot
normally
better in, like,
contain
doubles and shit.
Bulbasaur, as this will
I hit
ensure
Master
that my
Ball tier in
rival
ranked
will have
last.
Charmander. You'll see why
Yeah, I
give
saw
this
that.
a
I didn't get a
nod.
chance to really, like,
The
register
first
because I was
battle
doing
isn't
other things, but, like,
anything special. It
is that in,
doesn't matter if you win or lose.
Sword and
But
Shield?
thanks to using Yawn, I'm able to make up for some of my lost turns and win. After I leave Pallet Town, I have to go through Route 1. This time around, though, it's not as simple as it usually is. My Slack-Off is slow.
I asked the question, is that in Sword and Shield?
And because of Truant, defeating them every single encounter results in
So that's dope, like,
piling up. It is still just Route
Master Ball
1,
tier.
though, so it doesn't end up being that
Nice,
much of a
nice.
problem. Now, at this
Again.
point, to prevent the same thing from happening when I go forward, I stopped
Pretty
the
dope.
grind for
Fuck.
a while before
I never really got into.
Now, there's
I
a
never really
sentence
got
I
deep
never
into
thought
it
I'd
because, like,
say
it
in my
feels
life.
like praise be the
However,
High
make
King,
sure that
nigga. Oh
when
my
I
god.
grind, I only
Like-
target one Pokemon,
Okay,
Mankey.
I never really
Mankey can be found to the left
got
of
so
Viridian
into
City, and at this point,
competitive
it's important
Pokemon
to
because,
know
like, when I
what
started,
Pokemon
it all
you
seemed
find
kind of
gives
samey.
different values to the
You know what I mean?
attack stat.
Like,
By only defeating Mankey, not only am I
you have like
leveling
they have
up,
like the
but I'm
same
also
meta for an
specifically
entire
able to give my
generation.
Slack-Off's attack stat a
And it's
little extra
because it's all
boost,
based on
which is going to
Smogon
be
or
very
whatever.
important in the long run.
Like they use like the same, they like cycle through like the same 9 Pokemon. I just got into it heavy the last couple months. Well, that's dope. Like good for you for good on you for fucking hitting Master Ball tier. What are the tiers? Is that the highest one? Top 5,000? Oh yeah. Top 5,000 is fucking crazy. That's really good. I'm sorry, I just registered that you said top 5,000. I read it, but it didn't like connect in my brain.
Simple enough at my level. It is only bug catchers here, and by design, they're meant to be pretty weak. Going into Pewter City, we reach this playthrough's first big hurdle, the gym. Right now, my Slack-Off's only damage-dealing move is Scratch, which isn't
Pokeball
very
Great Ball, Ultra
effective
Ball, Master.
against
Fuck
rock
yeah.
types, even despite my higher level.
Shit,
This
shit.
is made
If
even worse
top
by the fact
5,000
that
put you in
Pokemon
Master Ball,
here
sounds like they
use
need more
moves to increase
tiers.
their defense as well. Without a reliable way to take out the opponents quickly, it's easy for Slack-Off to get picked off, while Truant gives my
That's still
opponents
impressive, but I feel
opportunities
like
to attack.
if you're top
So
5K,
if
you
would
should be a
spot,
higher
I
tier than
train to
Master
level
Ball.
19, where it learns Feint
But what the
Attack,
fuck is
which a
beyond
Dark
Master
type
Ball?
move. Dark type counts as special damage in this game, and although Slack-Off isn't really a special attacker, it'll help with getting over the massive physical defense of Brock's Pokemon, taking them down within 2 or 3 hits. With the first badge claimed, I'm more than ready for the upcoming areas. Slack-Off is more than strong enough to deal with every trainer between here and Cerulean City, and it's just a matter of having the patience for her to get it done. One thing to note about the route after Pewter is that there is a hidden Oranberry on the ground here. This
Unranked
is the first
1 to
hold item
Pokeball
that I can
levels.
obtain in this game, and it is the only health restoring
8 to
berry
9
that I'll
alt.
see for a while, so it's important to pick it up. If you weren't
Neat,
aware,
okay,
Fire Red and
okay.
Leaf Green have a few hidden berries marked by a particular grass tile. The
So it's not
majority
just
of these
4,
aren't
it's
going
like
to be that helpful for this
numbers,
playthrough,
okay.
but they're all right early on. After getting through Mount Moon, I come to 2 helpful characters. These 2 will teach Slack-Off the moves Mega Punch and Mega Kick. At this point in the game, all of the moves my Slackoff currently knows have outlived their usefulness, aside from Feint Attack. And although these two new attacks might not have the best accuracy, they're too powerful to not make use of right now, especially since Slackoff will get the same type attack bonus from them. Next gym battle is against Misty.
Great Ball 9 is the Wild West, really? Also, just people going nuts over there, like.
Enough to take her Starmie down in one hit. This means that she'll heal it next turn and finish me off before I can attack again.
Artist curve to
Even
get
using a
past. I
person
see.
berry
Oh,
to
shit.
prevent confusion wasn't too helpful. My only choice is to come back when I can deal a bit more damage. Next, I head north to battle my rival. Because his Pokemon don't hit as hard as Misty's, I decide to give Slackoff the Oranberry to make things a bit easier for it. The biggest problem with this fight is that his first Pokemon, Pidgeotto,
People just be
likes to
wilding
ignore
with
my
teams and
accuracy
synergies
with
are
Sand
off it,
Attack,
really.
so Mega Punch and Mega Kick are even less reliable. Sure, I still have Feint Attack, but it's not strong enough for me to rely on it for the whole battle. Once I take down his Charmander, though, the battle is pretty much over, as his Abra only knows Teleport and can't actually hurt me. From here, I go and beat all of the trainers north of Cerulean City. Near the end of this area, though, right around here, you can pick up the TM for Secret Power. Secret Power is a normal
Really
type
bad
move
players
and less
played
power
long
than
enough and
Mega
got the win.
Punch, but better accuracy. It also has
All the
a
really
chance to
bad.
cause
It's all the really
secondary
bad players
effects,
played long
so
enough and got the.
naturally
Oh,
I'll be
I
giving
see.
this to
Okay,
Slackoff.
they're just doing
Once
what
I'm
the
done
fuck
here, I
ever.
challenge
That's
Misty
crazy.
again. This time, a Mega Kick is able to
Have a
one-shot
motherfucker with,
Starmie,
like,
so as long as the move
6
hits, there's no
legendaries and
trouble
shit.
at all. With 2 badges claimed, I start to head towards the next one at Vermilion City. Along the way, something to note is that on this route here, there is a hidden citrus berry. In this game, a citrus berry restores the holder's HP by 30, whereas in Gen 4 and onward, it restores 25% of the holder's max HP instead. A decent item, but its current Gen 3 effect means it can only be useful during the earlier parts of the game. There is also a rare candy over here as well. With how much grinding these playthroughs take, you better
Wait,
believe
Pikachu,
that I'm
Raichu,
gonna need
Nidorans,
to
Nidoking, and Nidoqueen on the same team. What the
Also,
fuck?
at level
That's
31,
weird.
Slackoff learns the move Covet. This is a weak move that pretty much functions as the normal type version of Thief. I'll be needing this later on, so it's important to make sure Slackoff gets the move. Before I can actually enter the gym, I first have to deal with a rival battle on board the SS Anne. In preparation for that, I make sure to deal with every trainer I possibly can in order to keep
Most
Slackoff
lost cause. They
level.
weren't doing shit. I
This
expect.
battle, 3 of its
Yeah,
Pokemon
like.
have evolved since last time.
Like
However, their actual levels
that's
haven't
kind of what
evolved
happens when like you
much.
fucking
Because of the headache his Pidgeotto can still cause
get up
me, I
like
made sure I
rank
was
up in
powerful
something
enough to
competitive.
sneak through everything quickly.
Like a lot of
Going
people do
into
like the
battle
same
with
things.
such
And
a
it's like,
surge,
oh yeah,
I
this
give
strategy was
Slackoff
probably
the
what they'll
Cherry
do, or
Berry to
like I know how to
stop
deal
him
with this.
from
But then you get some
paralyzing him.
fucking
This Pokemon
wild
are too much to
motherfucker that
worry
just
about and each go
doesn't
down
do any of
in
that shit. And you're like, what?
His
Well, I don't know what the fuck to do.
waste time going for
All my
double
stuff is
teams,
built around the things
attack,
everyone else is doing.
and that does
These videos, I usually only look at them for a little bit because I don't really get to go in not thinking. Yeah. Shit is built to do what it's supposed to do. Yeah. Like it's built to work under like the circumstances.
A lot of my videos have a theme. It's me talking about glitches and wishing they would make a return to modern fighters because of the emergent gameplay they result in. It's something of a constant that I can't really shake as I truly believe it, but unfortunately for me, it rarely happens. There is one glitch, however, that has stuck around from the beginning of time, which has become progressively more utilised by developers intentionally, and it's carry cancelling. For those uninitiated, what is carry cancelling, why is it interesting, and what forms does it take? Well, as the Bible, aka
You
Sonic
have to build some
Hurricane's
cheesy
fighting
shit
game
just to
glossary
push through the
states,
Master Ball, and
to
then you can
carry
show.
cancel
Yeah,
is
you
to
gotta have
disrupt
something that
the
like
startup of one
just
action
like
with another
fucks over
action,
any strategy,
typically performed with
and
the
then
intent
you
of
can actually start
transferring
using the
properties
strategies.
of a
And
normal
interesting.
move, such as invincibility or sudden forward movement, onto a special or super move. Although it's the perfect definition, it does sound far more complex than it actually is. So let's look at a simple developer intended use of this glitch with Ken in Ultra Street Fighter 4. This move right here is Ken's forward medium kick, often called step kick. As you can see, it moves him massively forward on startup. What we can do with this move is cancel it into any other special, super or throw. So if I hold forward, press medium kick, then immediately press throw, you'll see that Ken lunges forward, giving him extended range. Clearly, it's incredibly useful. With an extended range on your throw, you're able to threaten it in situations where most characters can't. This results in people trying to mash or break the throw at ranges where in most matchups they would be comparatively safe, allowing you
Right, it's so
as a
weird,
Ken
but I know
player
that
to
I
frame
it,
trap and
but
punish.
it's
However,
no
you're
through
not
the comp
simply just
community.
adding
GB9
range to
is
the
a
throw,
lawless
you're
land. Oh
adding
no!
extra startup because of the cancel, and this is an important weakness. As a consequence to it, it makes mashing out with slower long-range buttons far more practical. Without this weakness, carry cancelling wouldn't be interesting, it would just be an arbitrary barrier of execution. It's not just throws this works for, you can carry cancel into a Shoryuken for extra range, a focus attack to punish someone keeping you out, or even a Hadouken to make it harder to react to. Carry cancelling for Ken really helped define him as a character in Street Fighter 4. It was a huge part of his identity, and considering that was a game filled with lots of similar Shoto characters in it, that is important. Now this type of forward momentum carry cancelling exists absolutely everywhere. The first example of carry cancelling that I saw like this was in Street Fighter 3 First Strike. This is by no means the first time this glitch existed, but to me, it was where it stood out most due to how common its usage was at all levels, particularly with characters like Chun-Li, whose throw game was incredibly oppressive because of it. It's not just a Capcom exclusive glitch too. We saw it in games like Breaker's Revenge. Saizo would carry cancel his slide into projectiles, constantly closing that gap and allowing him to set up for brutal rushdown. Even here, it made a character so much more dynamic, not just sitting there chucking fireballs, but actually pushing someone to the corner with them. It gives you an extra choice to make. Do I throw a fireball normally? Do I sit there and predict the opponent jumping over? Or do I carry cancel a fireball and move a bit forward? The glitch does not end here in its utility. Another series where its use is rampant is Street Fighter Alpha. Within this series, nearly every button is carry cancelable. Now, there isn't really any forward momentum to these buttons, but instead you get meter.
Remember when I first heard about this shit? When you play Sagat,
small amount of
they talk about
which would be pretty negligible.
carry canceling. I was like reading the combo notation. I was like, what the fuck is K stand for? Like what the fuck is KA stand for? I was like, and it's very interesting. But yeah, y'all said y'all want to do some dens. We can play some dens. I haven't played that game in forever, so that'd be cool. Read out real fast. Was it Pokemon? Yeah, sword. There's some motherfuckers waking up right now. Word. What? Oh, that's one way to wake you up. Fuck. Next time you don't want to fall asleep, just lick a Nintendo Switch cartridge. Oh God. Ugh. I feel like it got worse over time. Fuck. wish they would bring Wind Waker to Switch. I'd pay for it. I mean, I wouldn't pay fucking 60. Well, not $60. I'd probably pay like 50 or. Even then, I can just pay that much for an AV cable to HDMI adapter and just play it on stream with the GameCube because I still fucking have it. On the clothes you got. That's alright. That's whatever. You're Gucci. Where's Envy at? I'm already here. Shit. Oh, Pat Matat. Thank you, Pat Matat, for the art. Yeah, about to say like everybody hop in. Get the roll. You can hop into the you can both hop into the stream voice channel whenever you're ready.
My sister's playing piano, so I'll probably just mute until she's finished.
I forgot how you set this up. Also, I guess let's wait for Papi Canton to come into the
Yeah.
Either one here. When we'll cook it. So, yeah, fair. Got it closed.
You.
Hey, you.
It's good.
What's happening?
I'm tired, man.
You're tired as well. Yeah. Have you slept yet?
Yeah, I just woke up from a nap like an hour. Get it. Let's get it. Yeah.
Again, Envy's probably the least fucked up of us right now. I think you should start it, or I forgot how this works.
Talk to the scientist, enter a link code, it's decided. Just like put in the stream text chat, and then just enter that code, wait for everyone to join, and then we can click start.
Fucking go. Not to find it. That's my only option is.
Oh, yo, I gotta add you, maybe. You pop up.
Oh yeah, make sure you're online as well.
Oh duh, yeah, that'll fucking. You say you put the code in the stream text chat, or are you getting it?
I'll put the code in.
What's your friend code?
Putting it in now.
Oh, what? Alright.
So I put the link code in, and then I hit to like invite others, or do I have to find?
Yeah, you invite others.
I think I've done this literally. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, mine's communicating as well.
Wait, who's starting it?
Well, I started it, and then NoodIndigo sort of like joined half late,
Oh, I need
a
your
little bit
friend
later
code.
on.
It won't show up on my thing unless I got you as a friend.
You don't need to go to the Ycoms. You just need to go to the raid den area in the DLC.
Oh, I got you.
The Dynamax event.
Yeah, Dynamax Adventure. I'm gonna quit out of it because there's only like 40 seconds left for me.
Okay. Bam, bam, bam.
Same code.
Yeah. So you're gonna find an Articuno.
Yeah, that's the only one that I can't.
It's either that or random, so in that case, NoodIndigo should set up link code and then start, and then we should join after him.
That's community.
Okay, I'll stop now. Yeah, I'm in.
You guys hit the link code?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's taking forever.
Envy's in here.
Are you looking for a specific Pokemon?
No. Let me do it
Okay.
again. Let me do it again. Same code, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We might have to quit out and then try again. NoodIndigo.
Hold on. Invite others.
Yep.
Hey.
Alright.
There we go.
Get it. Get it.
Grab the Dreadnought. Oh well.
Yeah, that wasn't a suggestion. I was just reading the name. I was like, what the?
Now I'm gonna make it work, baby. Hit the bug. Or wait, fighting.
Yep.
I'm done.
It'd be like that. Well, fighting would cook the dread.
Looking. We can go to electric.
Electric after this one.
From this lane. It should be...
Oh fuck.
I knew it.
This is fine. This is fine. Flamethrower, Scorching Sands, Venom Shock, and Slam. Are its moves.
I'm gonna hit him with the oak dope.
Yeah, fun.
Use reflect.
It's special, so no.
It's just psycho cut for days. Ow. Fuck.
Damn, it misses.
It's the second time that fucking rocket's like, it's like the perfect move too. It's just like not even hitting.
Rain helps.
Yeah, thank
Rain
God.
helped a lot.
That should almost.
Rock Slide finally hits. Who wants to send a Scorch? I might take it.
Yeah, instead of a ditto.
It's either that or Shinotic.
We'll take the sense. How much a copy of a Pokemon? You usually can't really help a whole lot.
Low.
We going?
Dark. I can take care of Dark. You sent the Scorch.
Liepard, Golduck.
That looks like a.
Used in line. Let's go Dark. Plus some berries behind as well. I think it was Electric. Oh, Electric was the other lane.
Yeah. Way the fuck over there. You can hit this motherfucker with some metal. That part's physical, right?
Probably. I don't have any bug moves on this.
Really wild.
The Sentry Scorch is so bad.
Really? Cool Pokemon.
Yeah.
They need to stop making the cool looking Pokemon bad.
I'm talking about the moveset, not the Pokemon.
Okay, yeah, that particular sentence.
Yes. And all of the center scorches in this, in the adventures are just pretty bad. Why did they give it slam?
Yeah, what the fuck? What Pokemon has used for slam? Pokemon that isn't fucking normal has used for slam. Oop. Excuse me.
Not even that accurate.
Yeah, doesn't that shit hit like 70% of the time, or
Like 85 or something? No burn.
Jesus Christ? Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have
terrain
reflected.
helped a lot.
Like shit, maybe I shouldn't have reflected.
75. Slam 75 actually isn't accurate.
75. That's awful.
Yeah. It's just an awful move.
Dude.
No.
For the dread, no.
Yeah, the AI's dumb.
Oh, it's AI. Okay. You're gonna bug normal. I feel like we can handle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you can pretty much handle bug by yourself. The fuck dork with the fucking live hard. What's up? I'm gonna hit it this time. Anybody got like a fighting move? You think?
Nope.
Nice. Hit it.
Slam misses.
I got you though. Oh, it's a wrap. Matt, this is literally what I look like.
Yeah, it's just
just fucking disintegrated.
This AI is just going from bad to worse.
Like, I want to just make it really fucking. Yeah. No, I could have fucking hit hard.
That is like nothing.
Oh my god.
It's a little bit better. Wait, why do you strength sap the methane?
What is strength sap again?
Body.
Strength sap lowers their attack and heals you.
Yeah, I know. That was
Oh, wild.
Explaining to NoodIndigo.
Yeah, I had no clue what strength sap was. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is that cry? Bitch. Damn. Blew the fuck up. What the hell? We got it.
You got the 10% burn.
Critical hit. Fuck off. Not do anything. What the hell? I expected that to do a little bit more. What?
Oh boy. It's cute. It's
But
burn.
an asshole.
Me?
Oh, why me though?
What?
At least it didn't take out somebody who. At least it didn't take out like. We still have a super effective move. Yeah. Hey, what the fuck?
Nope, we're still alive.
I knew. I swear to God, that fucking Linu doesn't do something. Lightning is literally the fastest one. He just uses like baby doll eyes or some shit.
I'm gonna cry.
Hurricane. Oh god.
Oh no.
Please don't be the last one.
Oh, we got one more. After it.
No, we got one more. Okay.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Okay. Jesus. Critical hit on 1 HP. What a fucking contribution. I still have a master ball. What the fuck? don't think I've caught all the legendaries yet. Actually, I don't think I finished the DLC in this game. Do that. They don't break out in this mode.
No.
I mean, I'd be like, that'd be pretty shitty if like you had to do random chance for that shit and go through all that and hope to God you caught it. Like, which one do you like to keep? I wonder which one.
The shiny, if any.
All right, the duck. Cool.
The Center Scorch is the best one out of the lot. That is a legendary. Yes. You can also do anything is fine. Like what you're doing.
I don't think I had a choice.
We're using the same code, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You all searching already?
Yep.
I'm coming.
Here we go.
Already.
Oh, I forgot to click start exploring. I kind of like this mech.
Yes.
I like this Copper Raja.
Ooh, that indeed.
I said you're gonna take Shanatic again.
Indeed, he doesn't even have
Oh
psychics.
fuck! Yeah, but see that motherfucker better take the Hattering and like.
Psychic surge, come on, boys.
No, it's synchronized.
He has Zapdos.
Which electric?
Yes, electric. We thinking Ghost or Poison.
Probably like a Raikou or something. Something very generic.
I think these are both Ghost.
Poison. I'm handle poison, baby.
Yeah, poison.
There's a Ghost and there's a fucking Poison, but the Poison's a Haunter. What the fuck? Poison is Spirit. Poison and typing too, but like what the fuck? Didn't they literally make it Ghost and Poison so it wasn't broken as fuck like Psychic?
Probably.
Yet they made Psychic like that.
Oh, I hate this Copperage already. Body press is useless. Steel Roll is ineffective, and it's got a special attack as its only other move.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. With 40%.
Why is it no? What does it have? Giga Drain or something?
Yeah, something like that.
I'm trying to think of what other grass move a fucking Hunter would.
a healing for that one person that was damaged.
Good luck, man.
Good look.
Why did they do a decent amount?
The fuck is this game?
Goodbye.
I was gonna say, how much faster do you think a Magneton is to? I remember the. Never mind. And it again. Didn't.
Fuck that. Oh yeah, send it to me. That makes sense.
Oh my god. What time is it for you, Envy?
8:45 p.m.
Holy shit, okay. I was like, wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah, like it's like the sun is like it's gonna be completely risen in like 30 minutes. Fuck. I think I would definitely do a subathon again, but I would cap it smaller. There you're dark. I can hit the fairy pretty hard.
Most of us can. It's a Mr. Mime.
Is it the ice Mr. Mime? Or did they make regular Mr.
Regular. It's regular one.
They made a regular Mr. Mime psychic and fairy or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fucking creepy. I don't like how he doesn't close his mouth. Like for anything.
Well, if someone sets up a terrain, I can steal roll immediately.
I do not know how to... I don't think I have a terrain.
Dynamax.
Oh, okay.
I'm doing Phantasm Undoing. Let's see how much that takes out.
Fucking... Yeet.
Yeet.
Yeah, basically, just like giant yeet.
Big yeets.
The big yeets. Get fucked up by Bob's friend. Oh. Oh.
Oh, he set up terrain for you.
Oh, I didn't click steal roll off because it would have been useless.
That I expected that to do. Jesus Christ.
Why do they have a physical Hatterene?
The fuck did they do so much? A lot of choices being made here.
No, I don't want this.
You have a choice.
No, let's not go rock. Probably go grass or something. Yeah, because it's a backpacker. Or was that a scientist? Scientist. One of us can swap. I want to see what I get.
No, I'm good. DD's good, boy.
A skunk tank. Okay. I mean, that's good. That'll be good for the grass one.
That's useful. Yeah, it will be.
Did not have a poison. Ridiculous, like fucking flamethrower or something. Which would still help, actually.
Brasilia.
I actually kind of hope it has. It has burning jealousy, which, okay.
Burning jealousy, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Apparently, any you attack something that
Ooh, this
that
about
got
to
it.
hit hard, boy.
You attack something that got its fucking Jesus. That got its stats boosted in a turn. Does a burn? I think.
Yeah.
Oh, burning jealousy's dope.
It is.
Jesus.
For real.
That's like really Phil. Look.
I really don't want to switch this shit. I'm gonna have to let it faint. This shit came in dummy clutch.
Right.
Yo, did Empire close down, bro?
Fire?
Yeah, Empire Pizza downtown.
I think it's still around. I have to double check.
Oh. My face.
It looks like it's still around. Come back. Why that song?
Oh, we're gonna resilient now.
Suddenly had the fucking Alice in Wonderland music. Oh, it's a circuitry. Okay. Probably the least desirable.
Oh, nah, circuitry is mad fucking strong, bro.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure it's strong. I mean, like for me, like aesthetically, I don't give a shit about circuitry.
Oh no, fuck him. I'm gonna have to take this deck, boys.
Dang. Itch. Jesus.
Jesus. Damn.
I would probably attack. Oh, no.
Oh no.
Sorry about that. Damn. Oh boy. Oh god. Oof.
Oh, I think that's it.
That
What's
makes
the
sense.
last?
Ah!
Sir, choose a punk at it. Swear.
Damn.
Sir, but you can eat it.
Eat an egg.
Excuse me.
Do another one.
It.
out. I'm gonna go pee real fast.
Yeah.
Doing another one?
Yeah.
Let me know when y'all search.
You'll find it.
We're waiting for you.
I sent it out.
Oh.
Weird.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Waiting for content. Like,
Oh, I got you. My bad. I was waiting.
Oh, no.
Realized you got it.
Ooh, anybody want this mimic here?
Nah,
I couldn't take the Skarmory.
Because I was gonna say, like, I'm cool with it or Skarmory. Or she picks the fucking Clang. I was like, watch him pick the thing that gives us weaknesses. Offer or Wheezing and the Electabuzz.
Actually, again, there's a ground type. And take. Let's just take the Wheezing.
bitch. You thought it was Mimikyu that bit you, but it was I, Mimikyu.
Yeah. Nothing else. But sorry. It's fine.
Oh.
Damn. First. Oh fuck, that noise. Yep, just here hitting this shadow claw. Hit him with max mindfuck. Good god. I had to say that again because my mic didn't pick it up for sure. Always gate too high. Like fairy is a fucking
Dark for cruise.
thing.
Wolf.
Thing. Dark.
Just take dark. Yeah. Yeah.
Dude. Fuck. This Mimikyu's moveset's kind of
Yeah.
Guess it gives us more like survival.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Why does he know that move?
Burning jealousy.
I know, why the fuck does it know that? Yeah, I'm about to die in Texas. See?
Yo.
What?
What?
I said I'm about to Dynamax. That was OD.
Yeah. Oh, I'm chipping it down.
Nice. Say what?
Ah, that's burning jealousy.
Thank him.
Going ground.
Round.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
The Maryland. It's all doing the same damage.
Yep.
Jesus Christ, except for that. Ow. Like, oh, it's literally just like down the line. That what going up against? Breather. Alright.
Might as well take it.
I had a feeling it was electric. Fuck. Okay, good thing we took it.
Yeah. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's electric. I'm just gonna swap just in case.
Fucking circuitry again, god damn it. I need to catch this thing so it doesn't fucking show up again for me.
Yep. Boomerang, throat chop, I have a screech. Scorchel.
And it paralyzed me? Fuck up. Oh god.
Death. One more death and it's done.
I didn't realize it like was like that for the entire
over.
Yeah, it carries over. Of course, apparently. Fucking bullshit. Fuck circuitry. Damn. Damn.
Yep. Hey, please, we need to live. We need to live this. Yes, we did it.
Oh, that was clutch as fuck.
Yeah. Ass is tight.
What did I miss? I don't know. We just been playing Pokemon the past couple hours, I guess.
Yeah.
Valorant. Not too crazy.
Not bad. Time for my nap.
Have your nap, nice. 2 hours left. Goddamn, bro. Yeah, I know. Fucking 2.5.
I'll be back in like 45 minutes.
Word.
Later, guys.
This is.
Yep.
Let's do one more.
Yeah, I could do one more.
Word. I'll say yeah if you're down, because I realize it's like nighttime for you.
I normally do stuff till like 11, or I
Fair.
normally go to bed by the time the stream finishes, so...
See, yeah, okay. Had to put it.
Or
Playing
do you
well
want to
with it.
look for Lunala, Latias, or Solgaleo?
I would like Latias actually.
Yeah, just trying to get a shiny of it.
I have sent. What up, Flame Boy? How you doing? Thank you for the sound alert. Fantastic. Thank you for the 300 bits.
What, another 6 minutes?
Yeah.
Hmm. You can try quitting and entering the code again, because and I'm pretty sure you entered the code in first and hit submit, whereas I'm actually looking for a Pokemon, so you probably have to
Yep, I have
just
to,
try
like-
and do it again. Yeah.
Yes, I'm
God.
home. I'm alive.
Flame Boy is gifting a tier 1 sub.
I'm awake. I'm wide awake.
Thank you
It
very
is what
much.
it-
Congratulations to what the fuck? Bring a Brongo at 55?
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, thanks for the gift subs.
There
Hey,
we
bro.
go.
You're earning it today, bro. Yeah, fucking apparently. Getting that sub. That would
Money.
hell are these Pokemon?
Well, I'm taking this Turgitic. And you probably take the Phalanx.
Oh shit! All right, what is it? 2 hours 40 minutes. Fucking
Yeah. A 17.5 hour stream.
yeah.
So
Fuck.
basically, we end up being 20 hours.
Yeah, it's gonna be like exactly 20 hours or something. What should we go?
Oh, these are all bad. Ergo grass for the ghost type.
Cool. These are all bad. Are you just waking up, Swing Boy, or are you going to work or something, or are you just chilling? I was like, wait a minute, it's like 7 o'clock. Waking up. No, okay, cool. Appreciate you stopping by and I work today. Oh, nice. Well, appreciate you being up so early and coming in. Oh, he fucking Jesus Christ! He sludged on the show.
Yeah.
I got this Dorcas poison type.
Yep.
Supposed to work, but I messed up my neck the other day, so now I'm just chilling. Yeah, I think I heard you talk about that in the Lanatron stream. That sucks. Are you still are you feeling okay, or are you still like recovering? Oh god, I did jack shit. Holy crap! I forgot. Yeah, Chansey.
Yeah, Chansey's. Stats aren't offensive stats aren't the best.
Yeah. Cool. That's help a lot, but it also means I can't drive my car, so I'm just stuck in my house. That's whack. But you'll feel better soon. But yeah, that is pretty shitty.
Yeah.
This thing ain't fucking the hell. Like, I guess I could walk, but fuck that. Felt that. The Togepi line is such a strange line.
Yeah, it goes from like hands to no hands.
Yeah, it goes from egg to bird.
with some weird egg bird in the middle.
Yeah, what the fuck is this? Jesus. Ugh. Just fucking nuked him. Ugh.
Why is this ivy sauce so damn thick?
Oh yeah, what the fuck was up? What the fuck was up with that? I'm gonna switch it out for this balance.
Yeah.
Fast plays. Oh, where are we going? No more electric.
I'm going normal. That's an obstacle. Yeah, let's go normal.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Because I didn't need to use synthesis. What's normal?
First. Sorry, I'm distracted.
I was also distracted. I was like, wait, fuck, I just forget to choose.
That's good.
Greatness.
No, my attack missed.
Dang it.
Dang nabbit.
Dancy's ready to help Togetic. Togetic uses follow me. Fucking ridiculous.
Amazing.
Fucking hate it here. I can't do this fucking shit.
Yeah.
Someone else is swapping out here. Ah.
I'll swap.
Cool. It's a Dargon. Oh yeah, it's Latias.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck, I don't have any more lash out.
Most effective maybe Shadow Ball.
Oh shit, that's great. Wait, hold on. Wait, no,
Yeah.
no, it has to happen to me actually.
Yeah, it has to happen.
Wait a minute. But I remember. No, I have to be. If you got some kind of shit you can hit me with, because that's the only way I'm gonna be able to do any fucking damage.
Actually, it does a decent amount. I can Wonder Room and see how much that does. How much that does.
What does Wonder Room do?
Swaps everyone's defense and special defense. I'll do it this time. That's a crit speed effort. That's good. For me, at least.
Oh yeah.
I don't have a special move at all. I'm still actually got Thunderbolt, but that's not going to do much.
Yeah, I also have Thunderbolt. Like,
Yeah,
I think it's even worse for me.
Yeah, you have Thunderbolt. I've just got Psychic and Shadow Ball.
Better to be real.
Oh, and it's cured itself of paralysis, and that's been after.
What?
And it's lowered everyone's attack. Great.
Dynamax yet?
Not sure.
Probably the best one.
Yeah. Nope, not me. I can Dynamax in one turn.
I might not even need it then, but yeah, fucking.
Yeah. still do it anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't click who it was. Oop.
They did it.
Yes, sir. Fucks up and makes obstacle. All right, word.
Anything else?
Huh?
Change games or something? Or
Yeah, I'll probably change games after I get up and stretch a bit.
Oh.
What?
Yep.
Word. You gonna take off?
Stretching. No, I'll still be here.
Okay, word.
Just stretching.
Word. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go like stretching to the bathroom and all that. I'll be back.
Okay.
Run an ad, yada yada.
Yeah.
Hello. Tat. Oh God. All right.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
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 Alright. Fuck, bro.
Yep.
I have 2 hours left, as of right now.
Yes.
I don't know what else to say. Just that.
It's like it's spitting facts.
just saying what the situation is. I'm gonna watch the video.
Yep. Okay.
And I'm gonna kick back in this seat. If I nod off a little bit, I will change something. But until then, I'm gonna just watch the video. And God forbid someone comes in here. If this shit gets extended, like damn near at all, I'm just gonna take a fucking nap. Like,
pause the stream, have like a good sleep, and then continue it.
Yeah, pause the stream and just come back.
Yep.
'Cause,
8
like,
a.m. right now.
yeah, it is. Yeah, it's literally 8 a.m. like on the dot. Like,
So I can see because your Switch says it's 8 a.m.
oh, it does. Fucking what? Crazy.
It's 10 p.m. here.
Fuck, bro.
Yeah.
Do 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 do. Yeah, I'm just off. Yeah, I'm just. I'm at the singing portion. Okay, I'm gonna take off these headphones. My head is very like sweaty. So yeah. You can chill in the chat or whatever. I don't know. I might just be quiet for the next hour or the next couple hours.
Fair enough.
You know,
I'll catch you. I'll
yeah.
hang in chat.
Yeah, I appreciate you playing games with me, my friend.
Or is
Fuck. Okay. Headphones are off my head. Hydrate. Oh yeah, true. That is a thing I can do. Thank you for the tip. What the fuck?
This game, so let me give you a quick backstory. Guns was developed in 2003 and 2004 by a small developer in South Korea called Mayet. They wanted to make a really cool third-person shooter where you could do backflips and wall runs, all while spraying your opponent full of lead with various machine guns and pistols and shotguns and all the weapons. Every character was also given a melee weapon.
This is crazy.
Well, they completed development of their super cool video game in about 2004 and released it in Korea. Shortly after, they released a watered-down, but still playable international server that the rest of the world could play in 2005. And being free to play at the time, the game naturally amassed a following of tens of thousands of players. What the developers didn't know was they accidentally created the most physically demanding, mechanically difficult game ever, by complete accident. Instead of talking about what I mean, I'm gonna show you. This is me in 2021, creating a character on a private server of guns just in the interest of showing you the game's user interface, the lobby, and a little bit of gameplay. This is how the game was intended to be played. As you can see, I walk like most games using WASD. You can change weapons with 1, 2, and 3 on the keyboard, and you have a few moves you can do, like wall running and backflips off of the walls and melee attacks, and obviously you can shoot your guns.
Thanks for that, Envy. I completely forgot about that.
This isn't how the game actually ended up being played.
I didn't know you could do that.
Series of button combinations and correct
thank you.
timings. Literally everything in this game could be animation canceled. All of these movements, all of these combos, while technically glitches within the game,
Jesus
ended up
Christ.
creating a product that became the most competitive and highest skill ceiling game ever created. These combos all culminated to make a gameplay style called K-style, which was short for Korean style. The Korean players started first discovering the animation cancels and the moves as they had access to the game first before it was rolled out to an international audience. So, naturally, they got good at the game first. To give you an example of learning K-style, I'm going to teach you the most rudimentary move in guns. It's called the butterfly. I'm bringing in a special guest to be my training dummy. This is Marty. I met him on Guns in 2008. Today he is one of my best friends, 13 years later. That's the kind of bond competitive play in this game truly formed. The point of being able to butterfly is so you can perform both an offensive and defensive action at the same time. So if you were new to this game, maybe you'd think, well, if you wanted to do that, you could just slash with your sword and then block right after. And then you would be doing an offensive and then a defensive action. That would accomplish what you're trying to do, right? Well, let me show you this. If you time your actions correctly, you can perform a jump, a slash, a dash, and a block, all in one motion.
What the fuck?
This not only allows you to have your attack and block within the same motion, but allows you to move much faster than your opponent if they didn't have the same skill level as you. It quickly puts you in a bracket above the opposition, widening the skill gap, and players who can't perform this action would have a very hard time killing you. A modern example of this would be in
what's up?
Fortnite. If you're really good at building, someone who isn't good at building will probably never be able to beat you because you're just mechanically that much better than them. Speaking of Fortnite, if you played when the game was insanely popular around its release, like the first couple seasons or so, do you remember the double shotguns? Like you'd pick up 2 different colors of shotguns so you could equip 2 shotguns at the same time?
Good morning, dude.
This idea 100% started in guns. If you weren't using 2 shotguns while you were K-styling, you were totally doing it wrong. Everyone who got competitive and played this game for the long haul used 2 shotguns. You're welcome, Fortnite. This is what your character and your hand movement will look
hold
like
up.
when
I am
you're
very tired.
successfully butterflying. Suddenly this game's a little more intense. Now, take everything I just said and crank it up to 11. There's
basically,
just like
yeah.
The butterfly that the players discovered
What Envy
they could
said.
do over the years with animation canceling and just a lot of practice and training. Slash shot, half step, late dash, forbidden step, and so many more. Now all of a sudden,
Probably just gonna. I might just call it.
and sounds like this.
What the fucking hell?
Now forget everything I just told you. You need to be on a female character, dude. Everyone who's good was on a female character, and it wasn't just for the.
I'm probably just gonna
titties,
call it like
alright?
and like say like this.
Hitboxes
This
are
is
smaller,
the
and
these
characters
this
have
hour
less space
55
on your
minutes
screen.
here is the
You
end.
should always put guns on a female character. It's a weird thing, but believe me, we all did.
'Cause, like-
all right, you weren't weird. All of these functions in guns that I've talked about gave guns extreme longevity and simultaneously.
It's like at risk of inciting some
It gave players like myself who started in 2000
cosmic curse.
carpal tunnel
If the
early
timer
into
was
adulthood.
like higher, if it
Now
was
that you have
like
an understanding at how the developers of the game accidentally made an
more than
ultra-competitive
3
third-person
hours,
shooter, let's talk about this game's
I'd probably
competitive
just take.
scene.
I'd probably like
In
take a nap or something.
2006, Mayet, which if you
But
don't remember,
I'm gonna
was the
try my best to
developer of
make
the
it past this
game, gave a company called
this last
EG
2
or
hours,
IJJI,
and then
not sure which was ever
just
actually
call it.
truly correct. They gave
'Cause
them the rights to host their game for an
I think
international audience.
too
Now have
long
access to the
past
full
this
version of
point,
the game,
I would
no
have to
longer
just
the
actually
watered-down
sleep
version that they were
in order to
previously hosting.
continue. Because if
With the
not, I'll
release
just
of
be
the
like,
full game
I'll just be knocked out
internationally,
here.
it
I'm
actually
pretty
came with a
close
lot
to
of
it now.
features that would propel
So
this game into truly becoming
yeah, I'm holding
a
up.
competitive
My
powerhouse. The clan system, while it existed on the old international server, was updated for the new host, which added a new game mode, Clan War. Clan Wars became the lifeblood of the competitive scene of guns. They also added some other stuff like quest mode, but only swine really cared about questing. Unfortunately,
Only
the host of
swine.
the game, EG, also added in pay-to-win items, which were basically required to play at the highest level. But for thousands of addicted players like myself, we basically just looked at
Right,
the
like
game
what a
as like
fucking
monthly subscription
what a fucking term
required
to
play the
use.
game competitively. Technically, the items were more like pay to compete rather than pay to win, because if your skill level was significantly higher than the other player, your wallet wouldn't matter. No new player would ever jump into this game and get lucky against an experienced player. But if the skill level of the players were close, the pay to win items would certainly help you in that scenario. Anything to get a little bit extra stats or a little bit extra healing would absolutely win you a match. So it was pretty much required when you're trying to play at the most competitive level. Anyways, back to Clan Wars. A clan in Guns is exactly what you'd expect in any other game. One person creates the clan, they give it a name, they can upload a custom clan emblem or avatar that kind of represents the clan. They can then recruit other players to join their clan. You can make them an administrator. An administrator is kind of like a person who can also recruit for the clan, but beyond that, they don't really have any more powers. This was a nice way to build communities within the game up until Clan Wars released, but when Clan Wars did release, it became the main way to play this game competitively.
Looks
in
insane.
your clan's channel, which every clan is given their own channel in the lobby, it kind of was weird. It would publicly display your wins and losses as a clan, your points, your rank, your all-time points. This made players even more competitive against each other, because if you lose more than you win, everyone is going to know that you're trash at the game, and they're just going to want to go against you to try to get a free win.
Oof.
Or even worse, the toxic community will just stop by your channel to let you know that you're fucking horrible and trash and you can't win a clan war. So, the way the clan war works is you face off against another clan by queuing up for a clan war. Your clan name goes up on the list, which shows to everyone on the server that you're looking to face off. In this private server, the name of the clan isn't publicly displayed, but back on the official server before the game died and everyone moved to private servers, you could actually see which clan was up there waiting to try to get a clan war. So if you sucked, the good players would literally start yelling in their clan's chat to come to the channel so we can get a free win. It's all about trying to get those W's. There was no skill-based matchmaking. If you queue at the same time as another team, you fight, and the first team to 4 rounds wins the clan war. Plain and simple. The game's community, while over 10,000 players strong on any given day, still felt small. I could still remember some of the legendary clans from the early days of Guns, like Flower, Curse, Atropos, and Athema. My brain is just full of this crap. It means nothing to you probably, but I have a bunch of players and clans stuck in my head from when I was 13 years old. I'm 26 now. I should really try to figure that out. I could have learned algebra like a normal 13-year-old, but instead I'm just stuck with a bunch of useless information.
Algebra.
That's how you face off against another team competitively in this game, but why would you care if you win or lose? Ranking. The ranking is why you care. Every month, your clan rankings resets, and the best clans fight it out for the top spot. The top 100 clans every month were put into the quote-unquote Hall of Fame, which was displayed publicly on the game's website back when that's how you played free-to-play games, is you went to the game's website and you click the play button. Different times. Not everything was on Steam in 2008, okay, guys? So, when the first of the month comes, you better have your ball deodorant ready.
And every 13-year-old has a bunch of useless information instead of school knowledge. Yeah, I knew more about Pokemon than I knew more about certain school things when I was 13.
This is what we all prepare
I could probably say the same now, actually.
Synergizing,
But
recruiting the best clanmates we can find. It was all
the difference is I'm an adult. I can make decisions about what stupid shit I learn.
An iPod Shuffle. Can't even say that seriously, dude. No one cared about the damn iPod. We just wanted to prove that we were one of the very best. The best clan was a clan named Sparta for most of Gun's popularity, and everyone wanted to be the clan who would finally take them down in a tournament. The formats of these tournaments varied, but were usually pretty similar to one another. Instead of a first to 4 rounds / best of 7 like a normal clan war, they would match up as a 4v4, which, by the way, in a normal clan war, you could do 2v2, 3v3, or 4v4. The tournaments were always 4v4, and it was first to 11, which just felt more competitive. There was no fluke getting to 4 rounds. If you got to 11 more than the other team, it just seemed like the best team would usually win. It was
part of the ritual, I guess.
I managed to participate.
I like the noise it makes.
Years from playing from 2007 to 2012-ish. These were the years that the game was active and hosted for an international audience. By the way, currently the game only exists in Korea. It's pretty dead, but there are private servers for international players or North
It is
America,
a good noise,
European,
thank you.
wherever you are. There are servers where you can play, but they're private servers, not officially hosted by the people who currently own the rights to guns. So yeah, what I was talking about, the Claymore tournaments, every second of those months was just pure heroin in my veins. I'd literally punch myself every morning if it meant I could play guns on an active server during a tournament month again. The qualifying, the nerves, the drama, the actual tournament match, all of it was just pure joy. I'd give anything to have it back. All this sounds great, right? Like I'm really hyping this game up.
Right, it's Gucci.
But why didn't guns actually become an epic esport?
Just woke up. Hello, everyone.
Well,
Hello. I have not fallen asleep yet.
For one, the developers didn't know what
did
they
I
were
get
doing.
70
They fell
fucking
ass
holy
backwards
shit.
into a successful game. If no one ever discovered K-Style,
This is
and
so
the
going.
glitches and
Holy
the
shit.
animation cancels, this game
Subbed
would
with a
have
sub.
gone
Yeah, no
nowhere.
fucking shit.
It wouldn't have lasted nearly as long as it did or has.
What up, Jerk? I have made the decision, given how I am basically a zombie at this point, that
never fixed hacks or exploits
we are done.
in a fast manner. And
Like,
for most of the
I mean, we're not
games,
done. It's just like if anybody gifts anything, it's just straight up.
what it was. Every now and
Like if you gift any more bits, subs, or donate anything, it's out of the kindness of your heart. It doesn't add anything to the timer. I greatly appreciate everything that is everybody that's given and showed up and stayed and like donated and gifted and all that stuff, because this was great. This was a dope stream. I loved
but it was like a head
pretty much every hour of it, and I'm like so far I probably won't like the last half hour of it. But I really appreciate everybody coming out and showing up and showing out and supporting and shit.
Became so incredible.
So
forced all new players away from the game.
This timer is no longer a challenge. It is a countdown. That's because when this thing is done, the stream's done. I'm gonna go to bed and probably see y'all on Sunday, because I'm gonna be knocked the fuck out.
I've ever seen or played or heard of. It's just insane.
I should probably update the title, huh?
This is a real nail in the coffin. The game utilizes a peer-to-peer connection platform, which means your shots don't register unless the ping is low enough. For example, if I'm in the United States and I'm playing against a European player, we're going to have a ping of at least 60 milliseconds to each other, if not more. What that means is when I shoot, I'm going to have to shoot where I
What are we listening to?
will be in 60 milliseconds.
This is I just wanted to watch a YouTube video because like
it probably didn't hit you on your screen.
Actively using any brain power for something beyond just like watching and listening to something is not
in leading their opponents. That's what we call it.
not in the cards. Hold on a second. Any
the developer
further
stopped
gifting?
supporting all their games near the end of 2011. International service of the game stopped in
Donating
2012, and they sold the rights to a new developer by the name of Misang Soft. Misang Soft has since reopened a Korean version of the game and has stated that they have interest in bringing the game to Steam again for the international audience. Kind of seems like a long shot at this point, as it was like 2 years ago that they even brought it up. But I'll tell you what, if it comes back, I will be there the first day, and I'll take a month vacation from work if I have to. I'm gonna be there. Can't wait. Guns had a lot going against it, and ultimately that's why it's dead today. There's still private servers up for the nerds like me who know there will never be another game with the same gameplay as Guns. There's such a fluid, great feeling game, high skill cap. It feels like a waste to never play again. I mean, like I said, all this crap's stuck in my brain. I might as well do something with it. Nothing productive, but yeah. So anyway, if you're genuinely interested in actually getting destroyed and trying to play and having some really
make that
sweaty
something
nuts,
different.
I recommend playing on free.
This is a video about an old game that could have been very competitive and like very skill based, but it just died, I guess. Give me a second. I need to update this title a little. Subathon final hours. Count. Why was it a monkey? Let me change this timer too. Subathon has concluded any remaining time. A countdown to the end. Any further gifts bits are simply okay. All right. All right. Hour 43. See what the fuck is up. If anybody who's here has anything that you want to recommend I watch, feel free to post a link of it. I think this last stretch is gonna be just chill. It's gonna be a bit of a long wind down. You can make it. Thank you. I think I'll be fine. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, I think I'll be fine. It's gonna be yeah. Do do do. Do 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 do. Look at my subscribe. I feel like when was the last time I looked at my subscriptions? Milk.mp4.
You know what that.
Alright, I don't know what I expected. Shit. I think I'll watch a Shimmy video. I think it's pretty funny. Even though I've seen most of them, they're even though I've seen all of them, they're all pretty good. At least in my opinion. 18 hours, oof. Yeah, I got an hour and 40 more. Yeah, fucking. Wait, fuck, it affected the time. I hate it here. Hold on. I saw that mouse over. Mouse over for what? Hold on, wait. Fucking give me a sec. How the fuck did I not save it? How the fuck? You got this, dude. Thanks. I thought I fucking. You have to click the lock icon, right? Wait, what? What is this? I don't know. Like fuck it. Like, that stops people adding to it. Really? Because all I did was like turn it all. Well, I went here and turned it all off and shit. So fucking, I didn't know that. Okay, well, thank you, Phoenix, for adding another 10 minutes. But yeah, it's an hour and 50. Cool. Mouse over for what? I might have moused over something. I forget. It's gonna be the slowest. Yeah, yeah, you're right. I'll watch this one.
All right, so I know dejected
I've seen it
detachment is sort of my thing at this point.
I
and
super
this might
didn't
be a
mean to
bit
do that.
concerning
No,
to
yeah,
hear,
no,
but
it's
I've
not your
actually
fault.
been looking
I thought
forward
I
to
had,
making this video
I thought
for
I
a
had locked
really
it
long
off, but I
time
guess
now.
not.
I mean, I probably shouldn't be, considering this is the first time
Can I
I've ever
unsub?
been warned
I
about the
mean,
reaction
it's,
I'm
it's
walking
done
into,
now.
but
Like
being
you're
able to
good.
act self-righteous and
It's only
persecuted
10
because
minutes.
people didn't like my video game opinion just sounds like a whole new experience to me. And with the way that things have been going lately, it's probably not the best idea to be shooting those down. Jokes aside, I can't help but notice how quickly discussions about these games
Worst
tend
case
to devolve into
scenario,
playground slap
if
fights,
someone
and since I'm not too keen on
subs
getting
or
myself
like
blasted with a
donates or
carton of
whatever,
strawberry milk,
and it
I don't
happens
think I can
again,
go any further
I'll
without addressing
just
the Paladins as an
turn it
Overwatch
off
clone in
and
the
then
room. I'm
look
gonna
at
try
what
to
time
keep
it would
brief,
be,
since I've had
and
this argument at
then
least twice over the past few years, and I already know it's more or less pointless, but I also know it's unavoidable since I regularly see people cry about similarities to a character so generic people nicknamed him Call of Duty. And I know this is a bit of a tangent, but I've always felt like that nickname was given to the wrong person. I know I can't speak for everyone here, but dying to random grenade spam, martyrdom, and RCXDs sounds a whole lot more like my experiences with that franchise than fighting people who actually have to aim, which... Okay, point taken. All I'm trying to say is that I find it weird how people are so quick to write Paladins off as nothing more than a cheap Overwatch clone for its derivative elements, while seemingly being aware of the fact that Overwatch isn't a particularly original game itself a lot of the time. And working on this video for the past few months, knowing that a good chunk of people were going to ignore everything I was saying to make that claim got me feeling pretty vaccinated. So I did what comes naturally to the immunized and compiled a spreadsheet of every system, mechanic, and mode in Overwatch to point out games where they existed prior so that I could throw it in the description and make this claim without having to bog the video down with endless examples. From a purely mechanical and systematic standpoint, Overwatch is not an original game. A solid 95% of the mechanics and abilities in Overwatch are derivative, and not a single system is unique. What gives Overwatch its identity are the ways it combines these derivative elements in order to make something new and different, which is exactly the same as what Paladins does. Now, I may be able to jump into ball pits without having to worry about losing the ability to jump at all, but I'm not a complete moron. I'm not going to claim that Paladins has never directly lifted ideas from Overwatch. I'm just saying that there are enough differences for me to think it's not fair to completely write it off as just being the poor man's alternative. Also, for anyone who was wondering, when I made that spreadsheet, I discovered that the most original character in Overwatch is
Good morning,
Moira,
Kanto.
which,
How you
in
doing?
retrospect, makes a lot of sense since her visual design won't stop screaming "do not steal" at me. Again, my point is not that Overwatch stole this stuff or that Paladins isn't
How are you?
derivative. I just find the originality argument annoying when Paladins entered development back in 2012 and only about 1 out of every 20 abilities in Overwatch is original to begin with. And when that fraction consists of things like Hanzo's scatter arrow and Symmetra's microwave, I
God,
cannot
remember
think
the
they're
scatter
original
arrow?
not because
Fuck.
no one else thought of them, but because everyone else thought about them.
Okay, good. It kept it locked. Yeah,
the games themselves. So I
that
guess it's time to move on
that
from
sub
the
went
part
nowhere,
that
my
everyone
friend.
came
Well,
here
except to
for.
me.
Thanks for stopping by, and just a heads up
we're-
from
we're-
someone
we're
who
at a
learned the
point
hard
where it's
way, you
like-
should probably take friends off that Christmas list. Now I'd like
Microwave. Yeah, the fucking. I'll go back. But yeah, fucking. Appreciate the sub and congratulations to Dark Ass Dojo. But yeah, I'm at a point where I'm like, if I go any longer, I'm gonna have to just actually sleep on stream, and I'm just gifting to gift. Oh, okay, thank you, I appreciate that. But yeah, I'm at a point where it's like if I go any longer, I'm gonna have to actually just sleep. But I feel like the 18th hour thing on the bottom. I feel like unless the timer said like if at some point during the night someone came in and like gifted a bunch of shit and it was at like 5 hours, I'd be like, fuck you, I'm gonna nap for a couple hours, and then I would have came back. But I feel like it's winding down to the point where, like, you know, there might be a couple more here and there, so it wouldn't add too much time. So I'm gonna just say this is a countdown. But I appreciate the gift sub, by the way, my friend. Thank you.
I'd like to start
Yeah,
by
18
talking
hours.
about
By the time this is done, it'll say over 20.
but something
So
that'll be much more immediately obvious to anyone who takes the time to play both of them, namely the and just a heads up from someone who learned the hard way, you should probably take friends off that Christmas because everyone else thought about them, which actually isn't derivative. I just find the originality
Never played this
argument
game, so
annoying when
well, yeah.
Paladins entered development back in 2012, and only about 1 out of every 20 abilities in Overwatch is original to begin with. And when that fraction consists of things like Hanzo's scatter arrow and Symmetra's microwave, I can't help but think they're
Yeah,
original not
it-
because
yeah, they
no
call it
one
a
else thought
microwave
of
because
them,
it,
but
like,
because everyone else
fucking melts
thought about
people.
them. Which
Well, at least
actually
at the
segues
time
me
it
pretty
melted
nicely
people.
into talking about the games themselves. So I guess it's time to move on from the part of the video that everyone came here for. Thanks for stopping by, and just a heads up from someone who learned the hard way, you should probably take Friends off that Christmas list. Now, I'd like to start by talking about something that isn't necessarily a part of the way these games are designed, but something that'll be much more immediately obvious to anyone who takes the time to play both of them, namely the borderline comical gap in production value and polish. In fairness, the term Blizzard polish exists for a reason. The game is obviously going to be mostly bug-free and very pretty, likely with an art style that blends cartoony and realistic graphics with a cast of characters cut from different colored sections of the exact same piece of marble. Pretty much anyone is going to look bad next to Blizzard in this department, but while they were designing a theme park, Hi-Rez have been running a circus. I mentioned earlier that this is a video I've been wanting to make for a while now, which might have confused some people given that I haven't exactly been finding the cure for cancer in the meantime. One of the main reasons it took me so long is that I wanted to wait for Paladins to get out of beta so that I can make a more fair comparison here, and now that I've actually done that, I've come to the realization that I'm a fucking moron because Paladins is a high-res game, and regardless of whatever numbers they decide to slap on their patches, it never actually will. Well, that's not completely fair. Beta does sort of imply that there are still updates to come. I may like Paladins quite a bit, and spoiler alert for the rest of this video, I do, but it'd be a bit dishonest for me not to mention that the game is held together with tape and spit. There are the more immediately obvious issues, like the fact that several skins and champions still don't have splash art during the loading screens, and then there are the outright inexcusable ones, like the bug with Strix's ultimate when you run the game in DirectX 11. If you haven't played the game, or have been lucky enough to have never played against this dickhead, his ultimate ability is a wide radius flashbang grenade, which is supposed to flash your screen a pure blinding white and then slowly fade back down to the gameplay with an imprint of the last thing you saw, slightly obscuring your vision. You've played video games? But if you're using DirectX 11, it fades from pure white down to pure black and then smash cuts back to the game once the effect has worn off entirely. That means that anyone at the center of the explosion is completely blinded for 3 entire seconds. If something like that had made it into Overwatch, it would at least be broken by design. I guess it just boils down to personal preference.
Some of the best games are held together with tape and spit. Yep, some of them. I guess it depends on, like, which parts of it are held together with tape and spit, and which parts are, you know, not.
Preference. Either throw your
Paladins,
computer out
yes,
the window
indeed,
over
Josh.
something
What's
that
up?
might
How you
eventually
doing?
get
Welcome.
changed,
Good morning.
or over something that might eventually get fixed. Not that I'd hold my breath for either. It's a good measuring stick, though. Making this review has definitely made me realize how much more important a game's systems and mechanics are than polish when it comes to holding my interest for a long period of time. And that's not me trying to imply that Overwatch is a shallower game than Paladins. That's me trying to say it outright because it definitely is. And the easiest way to show that is to talk about the differences in how the two games handle the hero part of the term hero shooter. In both games, characters can be categorized into one of 4 base classes.
Keep in mind, this video came out in 2018, so yeah, a lot of some of the stuff you might be saying is outdated.
Tanks and flanks.
But
technically, Overwatch only has 3 of these classifications, but that's just because they abandoned the attack and defense categories when they realized it discouraged creative team compositions in modes with attack and defense phases, which is a little bit ironic given how restrictive the hero designs themselves tend to be. Every character feels as though they're designed to fulfill a single specific job, which is good in the sense that it keeps heroes from being redundant, and if nothing else, you have to hand it to Blizzard for being great businessmen. I think when they saw that someone made the most successful competitive game of all time by going, hey, what if Dodo was reasonable? They thought to themselves, what if we did that, but for video games? It's certainly hard to argue against its effectiveness. Assigning every character a specific role makes the game significantly easier to get into, because the second you pick a hero, it's hard not to understand what you're supposed to be doing. But the catch there is that what you're supposed to be doing is the only thing you can do. The kits given to Overwatch's heroes are generally pretty fun to play around with, but by streamlining them to this degree, Blizzard has carved out a distinct, correct way to play each of them, and I can't help but see that as a misunderstanding of what makes hero-based games interesting long-term. I love some of the plays styles they've carved out. Perfectly timing Zarya bubbles and face tanking damage to keep your energy up so that you can melt enemies is incredibly fun and satisfying to pull off consistently. But when it's all you're doing in every game, it gets stale pretty quickly. Heroes in Overwatch are meant to be played as, not with. I don't have a playstyle with Zarya. Zarya has a playstyle. The only major benefits of streamlining to this degree is that it theoretically makes balancing easier, because you can directly nerf and buff a hero's single defining strength rather than dealing with the intricacies of an actual kit. So I guess that explains why Overwatch has never struggled with the sort of balance issues of other competitive games. The more I think about this stuff, the more I realize that a big part of why Zenyatta is still my favorite character is that he's one of the only heroes on the roster who feels
I think that
as
was
though he was
sarcastic.
designed to fulfill a role.
Now
rather
that
than
I
to
hear
have a
that, I was
job.
like,
in fact,
that
when the
doesn't
game
sound right.
came out, Zenyatta's kit was criticized because his ultimate didn't mesh with how players positioned with him, and the fact that they buffed it by just adding some movement speed made him viable without sidelining him into a single specific box. He debuffs enemies, heals his teammates, and is capable of dishing out both sustained and burst damage, but said damage is relatively difficult to land consistently, and he has a low health pool with no mobility or self-peel, so he has distinct strengths and weaknesses and an identity without being designed entirely around a single job. If every hero was designed like Zen or Zarya, I wouldn't mind the game being shallower than Paladin so much because I'd still find it fun and dynamic to play in other ways, but unfortunately most of them aren't. The game is riddled with characters like Mercy, who is so basic I don't feel the need to explain what I'm saying here, and McCree, who feels as though his entire kit was designed around killing Pharmacy, Tracer, and Sombra, so you're never picking him because his kit is cool and brings an interesting dynamic to the team, you're picking him because he's rock and they have scissors. Or you really want to fuck him, which I apparently can't rule out for anyone. If the new hero designs are anything to go by, I think they might have actually realized that this was an issue, but transitioning from heroes who are designed to do one thing into heroes whose kits have everything you could possibly need is just hopping out of the frying pan and into the fuck corridor. Moira is really fun, but the only real counterplay for her evil Orbeez is Diva's defense matrix, which is countered by Moira's mean beam anyways, and Brigitte is a war crime. Regardless of any joy I get out of playing them, I wouldn't ever call them well designed. Moira's only drawbacks are the lack of a hard CC and the fact that her ultimate can be interrupted, but her ultimate can be used effectively at any range, and she has an invisible, untargetable, fully controllable, omnidirectional dash, so crowd control isn't really required for her to self-peel. Regardless of how balanced they may be, their kits are undeniably bloated, which is why I'm glad this seems to have been a second learning period and they finally started designing characters to be more general purpose and fun to play without just shoving in everything all at once. Bakugan Battle Hamster's kit is largely geared around using his mobility in fun and interesting ways, which gives him a really distinct playstyle while still allowing for a lot more creativity than most everyone else on the roster, since you're abusing the physics engine rather than utilizing an ability that works the exact same way every time you cast it. I don't find myself looking at him and thinking this is what this character is supposed to do, but rather I wonder what all you can do with that. Paladin's champions exist on the exact opposite end of this spectrum, with kits that often seem somewhat confused and unfocused at first glance, but that allow for a lot of experimentation and diversity in playstyles if you're willing to develop them, assuming you don't gravitate toward any of the offensively bad ones. There's always a general idea of what a character is meant to bring to a team when you look at their abilities, but the question of how you go about doing it can vary wildly for a couple of key reasons. The first is the fact that champions and paladins are, as I've said before, designed to be more general purpose, which has admittedly resulted in some redundant champions being thrown into the mix, like Androxus for people who manage to make even fewer friends in school and whatever this mess is, but I'm willing to take that trade if it means that the characters themselves are more internally varied. The second, and far more important reason, is the existence of the talent and loadout systems, which allow the player to decide which specific attributes of a character they want to gear their playstyle around and to make modifications as to how the character's kit actually functions. Talents are fairly simple. At the beginning of each game, you're able to choose one of 4 that alters either your character's base functions or the way that an ability works or interacts with the rest of the kit. Loadouts are quite a bit more complicated. For every champion, you're able to build a number of custom loadouts, each comprised of 5 cards selected from their specific pool of 16. There are 4 cards for each standard ability that each apply different status effects, bonuses, or utilities, and 4 cards that can alter the champion's base stats or otherwise grant different passive effects. Some of the changes can be pretty significant, like making one ability take another off cooldown when you hit it, or making an AoE heal apply more healing to you when you only hit your allies with it and not yourself. Each card can be set to a level from 1 to 5 that determines the strength of that specific bonus, as well as the amount of points that will be added to the loadout's total value. Every loadout must have a total of 15 points, so building them becomes a challenge in balancing what changes most benefit your playstyle and how strong each of those changes ought to be. These systems allow players to experiment with different ways that a character's kit can be used and determine which they find the most enjoyable, all while letting them whittle down the specifics of what they want for their playstyle to an insanely insanely specific degree. If I pick Inara and run the no fun zone, I'll need to adjust my playstyle from that of someone with trimmers and plans tonight, but I'll still be fulfilling the same basic role as the team's main tank. And that's just scratching the surface of what this means for the game's meta. Where this stuff gets really fun is when you look at things like Flank Nando, where the loadout and talent systems allow you to play champions as off-role hybrids and develop playstyles that can vary wildly from player to player. Maldamba is one of my favorite champions in the entire game, largely because of how varied your playstyle can be with him. His big gimmick is that his weapon is a spitting cobra that he reloads by throwing it forward as an arcing projectile that stuns the first person it hits, which is a really cool gimmick on its own, but it's made more interesting by these systems. If you're running a standard loadout talent combo, he plays like a control support, keeping his teammates alive with sustained ranged healing while offering some area denial and crowd control. However, if you run Wakono's Curse with a mal damage loadout, your heal can now be used to damage enemies, sacrificing some of your supportive capabilities but drastically improving your offensive ones and recontextualizing the entire kit in a way that still makes complete sense. Instead of standing back and lobbing your gourd to give your allies an advantage where they're fighting, you're sneaking up on enemies and throwing it at their feet so that they have to fight you where you have the advantage. Instead of using your reload to escape
Cobra
a
was
dive,
gun-
you're
yeah,
using
for
it
real.
to trap someone inside the damage of your gourd. Instead of using your dash to escape, you're using it to chase or immune damage and crowd control. All of this and you're still a support. The heal still works on your allies and your ability to control the point hasn't gone anywhere. It's just not your primary focus anymore. Those are already two extremely distinct ways to play the character, but within both of them you can spec your loadout into your dash, your gourd, your heal, the speed of your reload, the rest of your base stats, or any middle ground between all of them, and whatever you pick will result in different methods of approaching every fight. The loadout system may
Fuck, I have to read that. Okay, my one issue with paladins is that the cards end up feeling cheap. Tanks can build loadouts where they have a huge health pool, quick recovery time, making them near unkillable, and that cripples matches because there's no way around it unless the whole team focuses that target. That's crazy. Well, one, I didn't know you played paladins, but yeah, that is pretty fucking wild.
To such an insane degree, with the very best being those that alter the way they play entirely. Which is why every talent that acts as little more than a buff to damage or tankiness should be fired into the sun. Conditional modifiers like more than a buff
Apparently he feels the same way.
best being those that alter the way they play entirely. Which is why every talent that acts as little more than a buff to damage or tankiness should be fired into the sun. Conditional modifiers like Eevee's Over the Moon don't bother me because they actually change the way
I fired you. Yeah, basically that is pretty much a tank's job, but like they shouldn't be so good at it that the entire team needs to do it. Like they should be like a priority target rather than like, you know, there should be a priority target rather than like the only one for a particular period of time. You know what I mean?
She's played, but
at least
headshots
in
with
like,
precision
you know,
weapons and direct hits with blast damage
like,
weapons already
at least in
deal
like
more
PvP,
damage
because
than
like sometimes
regular
like
hits,
PvE
making
type
them
shit.
deal more
Because like
damage
if you've ever played something like World of Warcraft, like that's literally what you do. Because if you play tank in World of Warcraft and like in like dungeons or whatever, your job is to literally make sure the enemy's attention is always on you at all times. So like that way the healer only has one thing to heal, and like everyone else can focus on the damage because they're too busy trying to kill you. So when it comes to like, you know, player versus AI kind of thing, sure, but PvP that it just like halts the whole progression of the match.
Isn't going to have that same effect. All that, and I haven't even
Like
mentioned
imagine if Reinhardt had double health, and like imagine if Reinhardt had like double his health pool still with the shield, and then his like his fire strike was on like half its cooldown. Like it'd be ridiculous. And the admitting majority of heroes feel like great value Overwatch characters' abilities copy over and all. Yeah, he made that point earlier where it's like, yeah, like they feel like a lot of people say that and they feel like that, but Overwatch fucking copied that shit too, and some of them are pretty much just you know, copies, but it's a copy of a copy of a copy, and it's just like one of the which is one of the copies got under more eyes, so now everybody just attributes the original design to that.
Like Firefight, which I guess exists so that even Victor mains have a reason to look down on Victor mains. I could go on, and believe me, I'd love to, but the point I'm trying to get across is that talents are a great concept that theoretically give every character a lot of additional depth, especially in combination with the loadout system. But as long as flat buff talents are in the game, I can't shake the feeling that the system is being squandered. Any issues I have with implementation aside, these systems add a significant layer of depth and strategy to the game that is entirely absent from Overwatch. The generally accepted measurement for depth in games discourse is the number of unique, meaningful choices that a player is able to make, so why don't we just be empirical about this? In the interest of keeping things simple, let's just say that there are at least 2 viable ways to build a loadout for every talent. That means that every character in Paladins has 8 possible ways that their kit can operate compared to the singular static functions allotted to each hero in Overwatch. If you want to do away with the arbitrary 2 viable loadouts per talent thing, finding out the total number of ways you can build a single champion requires a lot of math. But in the interest of being thorough, I have hired virgins to perform the mathematical rituals required to find out, and after
Relationship status, romancing a BioWare character. Oh no.
thorough, I have hired virgins to perform the mathematical rituals required to find out, and after sacrificing a TI-83, they arrived at a celibate 568,353,280. Thank you, virgins. Please stop picking May. What I'm trying to say is that Overwatch is really bad at allowing for player expression, and taking one look at me, it's pretty obvious that I was told to be myself just a few too many times growing up, so I'm naturally
And now I resemble that
stock of
remark.
being able to express myself. Champions and Paladins feel as though they're designed to provide the player with a series of tools to develop a playstyle that best suits them. Heroes in Overwatch.
I gotta pee. I'll be back. I'll run an ad. Why not? Yo, going outside when 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 you see the so like like fuck. How do I say this? Fucking when the light level is the same, but the sun is in the opposite direction from when you usually see it. This man about to extol the virtue to touching grass. Maybe. I mean, what I'm saying is, like, when you look outside and you see the same light level, but the sun's in the opposite place that it usually is, it's a fucking trip.
Watch feels though they're designed to do something. I'd imagine a lot of people enjoy that sort of streamlined and precise approach to kit design. I won't argue that stabbing someone with a rapier isn't a bit more elegant than beating them to death with a tactical rail. I just know that I personally find it kind of dull. I do think it's important for me to clarify though that I'm saying Overwatch is
Morning
simpler,
is different from
not
afternoon.
that
Yeah,
it's easier.
it is.
For real this
It's
time.
just like,
anyone who's tried Paladins out for themselves has probably noticed
interesting
that
to-
the
it's
game's
interesting
difficulty
to-
lies somewhere between
to look at
Subathon
when
and
you
whichever
can
of these would make you the angriest
visibly
when you first
remember,
start playing
like,
it. And there are
in
a
the
few reasons
same
for that. The first is that
waking
the game secretly
hours
cues
that
you into bot
different, you know what
matches
I
for
mean?
the first 5 levels without telling you, because it seems Hi-Rez are more interested in guerrilla marketing their possibly cancelled mobile game than giving off a good first impression. It wouldn't be so bad if they explicitly told you that you need to play one bot match to ensure that you've got a basic idea of how the game works, but being forced to play multiple matches where characters are running into walls and using their ultimates on cooldown before actually getting to play the game is fucking stupid. I sort of get what they're going for here, but ranked is locked until level 30, so I don't understand the choice to start preparing players for it this early on. Another thing that makes Paladins feel easier is the way that the hitboxes are designed, because Paladins uses static capsule hitboxes in the vein of Quake and Unreal Tournament rather than the more accurate ones in Overwatch, which is actually a bit more complicated of an issue than it initially appears to be. What people don't seem to realize is that the hitboxes weren't made that way on accident. They make a lot of sense for the way that Paladins was originally designed. Paladins started development as the spiritual successor to the PvP and global agenda. Hi-Rez's definitely cancelled MMO. Because the game was originally more akin to a MOBA or MMO played from the first-person perspective than a first-person shooter with MOBA and MMO characteristics, the design didn't actually call for pinpoint-accurate hitboxes due to the focus on mobility and ability usage over wicked sick flick shots. This was reflected in the way that the shooting was handled too, with DPS champions being given projectile weapons while hitscan ones were reserved for close-range assassins and duelists and had aggressive damage fall off at range. The challenge came from predicting movement and leading your shots, or closing the distance and avoiding damage rather than perfectly lining up your crosshair on the enemy's player model. And since the models were acting as more of a guide for what to predict than a perfectly accurate representation of what would count as a hit, Hi-Rez decided that the game was more suited to the capsule hitboxes found in most arena shooters than those of a more standard modern FPS. That said, this is an explanation, not an excuse. There have been fast-paced arcadey shooters with accurate hitboxes before, and the sun didn't collapse, and the capsules themselves are a few small nations bigger than they ought to be, even if they aren't quite as bad as they look. Capsules themselves are a few small nations accurate hitboxes before, and the sun didn't collapse, and the capsules themselves are a few small nations bigger than they ought to be, even if they aren't quite as bad as they look from the glitch to shit kill cams that must have been outsourced to Korea for all the liberties they insist on taking. Also, you may have noticed that I said
The thing about this game is cross-play and cross-progression.
And that's because
got back into it on Switch because all my progress tracked over there. I mean, that's pretty cool.
I'm starting to think the only
I think if you hot take, I think if you fucking buy a game, if you fucking buy a game at if you buy a game and then you buy it again on another platform, you should fucking keep your progress, because I already spent all the time playing it and I just gave you money for it again. Like, let me keep track of my fucking shit, bro. Like, what the fuck? That doesn't make any damn sense that you can't do that. I think that should be standard, because like, who in their right mind would fucking want to, like, the only reason you would buy it again, you would buy a game again on a different platform is because that platform is old. Like the original platform is old and you can't get it on that anymore. 2, you have a bunch of friends that played on a different thing and you want to play with them, which also, by the way, cross-play should just be fucking standard. So that just like eliminates that entire thing. And then like, I don't know, like wanting to play on a different controller. Like, there's not really many reasons for you to buy a game twice on different platforms. So why the fuck do I have to replay the entire thing again? Like, I'm over level 75 on 3 different Apex accounts with all different champions unlocked. I wish I could combine or track that all at once. Yeah, especially in a game like Apex, which is free to play and literally incentivizes you to play it a shit ton to unlock all those things. Like, you've clearly done the work, just fucking put it all in one account. But I don't know. I feel like if you can do that, like, it's just crossplay. Like, the answer is crossplay, because then you don't have to.
Yet is because mobility is already there to act as a cushion. Toss in the fact that the majority of DPS champions have hit scan weapons now, 2 of which are snipers and 3 of which are machine guns, and yeah, the hitboxes have become a bit of a problem. In my eyes, there are 2 realistic solutions to this. Either fix the hitboxes to reflect what the game has become, or balance the console versions of the game separately, bring back the hypermobility, change the firing squad's machine guns to projectile weapons, rework every champion with auto-aim, and raise the time to kill to the point where larger hitboxes like this make any kind of sense. I'd choose door number 2 in a heartbeat because mobility meta has always been the best, and if you disagree, then I'm truly sorry about whatever happened to you, but I need you to understand that it doesn't excuse the person you've become. So yes, in terms of basic aiming and shooting, Overwatch is a far less forgiving game than Paladins, which is why it's unfortunate that the improved hitboxes are in service of heroes who don't require aiming to begin with and others who get free team wipes at the press of a button. I know it's not exactly a fresh criticism to point out how so many of Overwatch's ultimates being win the game buttons makes it frustrating to play, but it bears repeating since we're 2 years in and almost nothing has been done about it. I understand that there are people who like that they work this way, and if you're one of those people, that's fine, but do me a favor and take some deep breaths because I get the impression you're the type to forget. Blizzard has been improving on this with the more recent heroes, since they're generally weaker and or have somewhat reasonable windups, but they've also gone back and broken one of the only ultimates in the base game that I guess wasn't quite bullshit enough for their liking. For anyone who didn't play Overwatch at launch, let me tell you about the time when Zarya's ultimate was fair. If you used it at the wrong time and didn't bait out enemy mobility before chucking it into a teamfight, several characters could escape it, meaning that it not only was a utility, but a utility with counterplay. It required actually thinking beyond how many people will this hit, so naturally Blizzard gave it a cripple to bring it up to the no Symmetra main left behind level of everyone else's. I mentioned earlier that Zenyatta is my favorite character in this game, and one of the reasons for that is his ultimate being a fuck your ultimate button, and that reflects my sentiments perfectly.
Indeed.
That said, requiring a fuck your ultimate button or specific hero selections is about the least interesting way you could possibly have given these abilities counterplay, especially when knowing whether or not they're up is reliant on guesswork since they don't operate on standard cooldowns like those in a MOBA. That's not a criticism of the way that ultimates charge in these games.
Hold on.
Standard cooldown.
Damn, did that say 12,408 healing? Now that's fucking good. Over 15 minutes? Not bad.
Sounds
Shit.
like those in a MOBA. That's not a criticism of the way that ultimates charge in these games. I actually think it's really clever how this method incentivizes players to be proactive in order to get them up faster. And I'm not going to pass up on an opportunity to sweat nervously at respawn, so I'll go ahead and call it genius. It's a criticism of the fact that the ultimates themselves are far too powerful to have ambiguous cooldowns, especially when they aren't being telegraphed properly. In Paladins, ultimates don't fire off until after they've wound up and played an audio cue, which you might think is the case in Overwatch since they added voice lines to queue in ultimates, but several of the voice lines don't start to play until after the ultimates have started firing. Pharah's can kill just about any non-tank before her voice line has even started from 5 to 10 meters away, and her jetpack becomes effectively silent about a second after she takes off or uses jump jet, so she can easily get that close from behind without being heard. Average reaction time to auditory stimulus is 0.17 seconds and 0.25 for visual ones, meaning that from this distance and accounting for RNG, projectile speed, and spread, Pharah's ultimate can reasonably kill the majority of heroes in less time than they can even be expected to react to it. You could argue that it's the player's fault for letting her get behind them, but Overwatch doesn't exist on a 2D plane like a MOBA. You've added an entire third axis of movement here. When just about every character in the game can burst you down in under a second, expecting the player to keep track of every single enemy's position at all times on top of everything else as the only method of countering the ultimate, which only works if your hero is designed to survive or counter it in the first place, isn't difficult. It's unreasonable. This is a symptom of a larger issue though. Ultimates have to kill this quickly because of how low the overall time to kill is. If the ultimates had proper telegraphs and counters, they'd become borderline useless at the highest level because the person casting them would be bursted down before getting any notable benefit. Paladins has a higher time to kill, and the ultimate design benefits from that greatly, as it means that the majority of them can be utilities that help set up crazy plays through follow-up and teamwork rather than being a button that makes crazy plays for you. The fact that Pip's evil mojo NoodIndigo deals no damage, doesn't heal, doesn't hold anyone in place, and can actually save enemies while still arguably being one of the strongest teamfighting abilities in the entire game is a testament to that. The ultimate itself is an explosive that turns everyone in a 30-foot radius into a chicken with 1500 health, preventing them from using weapons or abilities for up to 4 seconds. Using it on an enemy who is under that health threshold will actually bring them back up to that base 1500, an amount that was chosen specifically because Pip isn't capable of dealing the damage required to kill more than a couple of the chickens on his own before they change back. Even the ultimates that behave similarly to those in Overwatch aren't as frustrating to me. The equivalent to Widow's ult isn't given to a character
Drive by,
who can
good morning.
one-shot you the
What's up,
instant you're out
bud?
of corner, and also doesn't last half a fucking dynasty.
Good morning.
It's great.
How you
and
doing?
Most of the ultimates follow this design philosophy, but that's not to say that they are remotely perfect. Some can't be blocked by shields, some make the caster invulnerable, and some can be used by lobotomites. Some of them even refund part of their charge when they whiff, because I guess having to aim abilities would be too confusing for new players.
I stayed up too late
which
playing Mass
would
Effect.
actually
Yeah, that
explain
sounds
the
about
direction
right.
that champ designs have taken recently.
Clearly
I
it's
can't be
good then.
fucked to go into the bad ultimates case by case, but I feel that it's my civic duty to say that Khan's ultimate needs to be a skill shot because it's hilarious and I'd like to be erect when I use it instead of overcome with shame. Or at least erect first. The silver lining is that there are systems in place to make sure ultimates can be countered by means other than just being the right person. The reason I said up to instead of a flat 4 seconds is because the effectiveness of crowd control, as well as several other things, can be altered by any character through the game's item shop, and I promise it's not as scary as it sounds. The item shop in Paladins isn't like what you'd find in a MOBA, where there
Took
are
a day
few
off by
hundred
accident, so I had to
items that
force
each have
myself to
10
stop at
stats,
noon
6
to work
passives,
up.
and
Yep.
names based on outlandish mythical artifacts like Throthengandr's Unseeing Third Eye or the PS Vita. The sorts of things those items would change are covered by loadouts.
I have different
so the shop
opinions
is
than the rest of
instead
the
made up
chat.
of 16
For Mass
tiered
Effect?
items that each do a single specific thing. The items are split into 4 categories: defense, utility, healing, and red. The separation is significant because you can only build one item from each category per game, at which point you can only upgrade the item you've selected or buy and upgrade items from other categories. You have to weigh up whether or
do you
not
not like it?
reducing the effectiveness of crowd control is more important in this specific game than direct or blast damage, as well as understanding that if an enemy
Never been
with a
Mass
strong
Effect.
crowd
Oh, you
control
just
ability
don't
sees
like
you
Mass
can
Effect
choose
in
that
general.
path,
Okay.
they may focus you harder for the remainder of the match. Upgrades are also increasingly expensive with each tier, which means you need to consider the diminishing returns you'll be getting from focusing all of your credits into one item that you think is important versus what you'd get from purchasing cheaper, potentially less crucial ones.
You summon the
have
Mass
to be
Effect
thinking
fans.
about what items are the most important at every point in the match and how best to use your abilities based on the items the enemy team has taken. And you might think I must be out of ways to talk about how much deeper Paladins is than Overwatch by now, since I've covered just about every system in both games, but I've got one last thing to touch on. When I talked earlier about how Paladins suffered from major mobility nerfs, I was talking about more than just the nerfs to movement abilities. The base movement of every character was changed as well. The most significant of these changes was the decrease in player jump height because it made several areas of the old maps frustrating to navigate due to how finicky some of the jumps had become. The workaround that Hi-Rez implemented for this was to increase the player's jump height when there is an object X units in front of them, because fuck work, I guess. That said, this change actually
So when I
resulted
play
in
those
something
games at
that
some
I think
point,
is
only
really
Mass Effect
cool,
game I
and I
have
haven't
is
managed to
Andromeda.
find a definitive
I've only
name for it
played
anywhere,
2
so
and a
I'm
bit
just
of
going to
3,
call it
so
Z-bouncing,
I should
since that
probably
makes
get it
sound
at
more
some point
technical,
too.
and that helps my case. Z-bouncing is essentially positioning yourself near a wall and angling the camera into it before you jump so that you can get as much distance as possible without being forced to use a movement ability. This allows you to significantly increase the height and distance of your jumps, which can either be used with regular jumps to make you a harder target to hit in combat, or combined with movement abilities to effectively double their value. On one map with a single champion, I managed to find multiple areas where I could use this to make jumps that are otherwise impossible without wasting her key damaging ability. And it also makes taking off as Drogos without using thrusts slightly less pitiful. Using this to take off is more of a general required use thing because of how much he's been ruined by the mobility nerfs, but nailing
like a
Maeve's
dab like
specific
that?
jumps consistently is dependent on good spatial awareness and a bit of finesse, and this is an example of something found in a lot of games called tech. Tech is often used
Andromeda
as a
is written
for
like
any
the
kind of
writer's
technique that
photocopy to
results from
photocopy
using
of the
a game's
original
systems and
trilogy,
mechanics in
then
order
lost
to do
half the
something
pages.
that
That's
designers
fucked.
didn't know about
That
or
sounds
intend
like
for players to use. Some
yeah, that's
examples of this
ridiculous.
would be wave dashing,
Fair, I've only
bunny
played
hopping,
some of
or
the
one
first
from
one in
Tekken
like
that
the
sounds
first
vaguely
hour of the
racist
second.
without context.
Maybe I haven't given
Tech
it a
adds
chance
an
to
additional
deserve.
layer of
It's
depth and raises
my
the game's
understanding that
competitive
like
skill ceiling by rewarding
the way
players
it
for
goes is
experimenting and
Mass
mastering
Effect 1 is the
inputs
least
that allow them to
popular,
play the game more
Mass
efficiently.
Effect 2
From
is
what
the
I can
most
tell,
popular,
the only
and
universal
Mass
tech
Effect
in
3 is the
Overwatch
most
is some very
popular until
basic
the end.
animation canceling, which I can't help but find
then
it
it's
really
the least
boring by
popular.
comparison, especially given that it's something found in pretty much every other FPS,
And
having
having 2 being the only one that I've beaten,
is that
yeah, I can say they're
Overwatch
pretty
is
fucking
probably
good.
capable of having
So.
much more depth than Paladins in this way, with text specific to individual characters. But just
Yeah,
about
maybe,
every
yeah, I
time
don't know.
one
Yeah,
of those is discovered,
maybe
it's
play 'em a little
swiftly
more.
removed simply because it was
Yeah, especially since
unintended.
if you didn't
But
like finish
you
any of
can't
them.
run from your mistakes
Might,
forever.
there might be one of those games that like
you, Dad. On
you
the flip
like
side, when these are found in Paladins, they're
more.
generally left untouched.
It might be one of those games that
provided
you
they
like
aren't
more,
game-breaking,
like
and
that you end up liking more, like when you're deeper in it. I tried hard to make a decent character in Andromeda, but no matter what, it looked like they were hit like a frying pan repeatedly. Yeah, did you get it like early Andromeda before they fixed everything?
Your mistakes forever.
Wait, listen to this joke. I say this shit all the time sometimes.
But you can't run from your mistakes forever. I'm faster than. But just about every time one of those is discovered, it's swiftly removed simply because it was unintended. But you can't run from your mistakes forever. I'm faster than you, Dad. On the flip side, when these are found in Paladins, they're generally left untouched, provided they aren't game-breaking. And I know it sounds like I'm advocating for bugs
Anyone
right
has
now,
the
but I think
DAO
allowing tech
problem
to
where it's
exist and
like,
evolve is
goddamn, the
crucial
intro
to
level is
raising the
draggy.
skill
Yeah,
ceiling of just
yeah.
about any game. Mercy's skill ceiling,
Like,
for instance,
a lot of
is
fucking-
notoriously low, but once upon a time, players discovered that her Guardian Angel ability could be cancelled at a specific time to slingshot past the point she was flying to. Using this properly required careful timing in order to make sure you were slingshotting
Seems
yourself
like
the correct speed and
having it
distance
seems like
past
having
your
a
target,
bad
and the
intro level for your game usually is a bigger turnoff than like having it end bad. DAO as in Dragon Age Origins. Yeah, Dragon Age Origins. Because like a lot of people complain about the great story populated by ragdolls. That's what one legendary edition is the same story in world but slightly less god awful mechanics and vision. Also didn't play that game. Damn, like you're talking to a chat actively populated by BioWare fans, isn't it? I am a casual BioWare fan in that I have played some of the games and I like them. And then everyone else is like either a fanboy or a fanatic. Or like they're either like a big fan or a casual fanatic, like somewhere on that spectrum. So yeah.
The fact that something that so drastically increased her skill ceiling without breaking her was immediately replaced with a gimped version
They
that
just had
behaves
major
the exact
deja
same
vu.
way every
What
time,
happened?
regardless of timing, is so emblematic of the problems with Blizzard's entire approach to design. Well, we can't have players learning how to do something that wasn't intended in order to play the character most effectively. That might muddy our incredibly specific and restrictive vision of what this character is meant to be doing. The poetic irony is that this change just wound up creating a much stronger new boost tech, which is actually harder and way cooler, so I'd recommend making the most of it before history inevitably soils itself. Blizzard is so anal about
one
trying
is
to
nice to play
dictate
at
the
least
game's
once
meta,
because it
but
makes
meta
callbacks and
isn't
references in the
designed,
next
it's
two games
discovered.
hit
The
harder.
problem with
Yeah.
Overwatch is that
True.
there's very little to discover because the moment
Missing
you
shit
break out of the neat little boxes
and like having things go over your head because you didn't play a previous game is
reseal it with concrete, all the while whispering
interesting.
not to worry about it because maybe that thing
Usually
digging
worth
into
it.
your ribs is a legendary. With your luck, it's probably a bunch of whites though, which might be comforting depending on what region you're queuing in. That aside, if this restrictive design is in the name of balance, I have bad news because all of the ground that Overwatch made up this
I don't know
way
why,
is
but I thought
largely
for a second
nullified by
that
the fact that
like haven't we
Paladins
had
has a
the
system
same
in
combo
place that
before
allows players
and I
to
opened a new
manually
tab and
balance
then
the
the feeling completely
compositions
hit.
in
Yeah,
each
that's
match,
wild.
that being a pick ban phase. If a champion is considered stronger than the rest of the
Major
cast,
deja
players
vu is
can
not
ban them
fun.
out before the match starts. Additionally, there can only be one of each champion in every game, so if the enemy team drafts a broken team composition, it's partially your fault for letting them have it. Paladins is also able to design everything around Siege, a single round-based mode that consists of capturing a neutral point and then pushing a payload into the enemy team's base. Scoring is simple and makes ties impossible. The first team to 4 points wins, and you get a point for capturing the middle, a point for successfully pushing pushing in the payload, and a point if you
I
manage
used
to
to
defend a payload
get it so
push.
bad
The only catch
that
is
it
that you
ruined
can't win a
entire
match on a
days and
payload
teetered on the
defense,
edge
so
of a
winning
complete
due to
breakdown.
spawn
Fuck.
advantage is outright impossible.
I do remember
The
you
fact that Siege
saying
has these
something
3
about that
different mode
a couple
states
times.
in conjunction with all of the
I'm like,
game's
fuck.
other systems means that players have to
Crazy.
carefully draft around the enemy's picks, how best to split their itemization, and how the comp works in each phase of the match. You can't just draft a team that's good at capturing the point and then switch to one that's good at pushing the payload. You have to think about it, and you get punished if you don't. The only mode in Overwatch with anything close to this is Lockout Elimination, and once you know it, it's a lot of people's favorite since it's the only one that forces them to make strategic choices and doesn't have fights decided by single abilities. It's also not the arcade mode they decided to make permanent, and the part of my brain that orders Fred Durst posters whenever I black out tells me it's because it shines a spotlight on the game's problems by fixing them. For those of you who haven't spotted it yet, there's actually a link between just about every single criticism I have of Overwatch.
If I recall correctly,
and if you're
deja vu is
guessing it's a
usually your
simple
brain
lack of
deciding to
depth, then
process
thank you for
time
playing, but I'm
incorrectly.
afraid you've been
What the hell?
outplayed by the big brain Paladin's main.
Fortunately, it's been very easy to talk
just
myself
about
out for the last
everything I
15
hate
months or
about this
so.
game
Gee, I
was
wonder
made
why.
that way because
Yeah,
this
oh,
game
God.
has hero switching in it. Heroes can't be particularly complex because balancing that would be impossible when both teams can have whatever composition they want at any time. There can't be a pick ban phase because the only proper counters for several abilities are specific heroes, so a substantial amount of games would be won or lost based on the last pick. The heroes need to be designed as direct counters to incentivize the use of this system because if one of your teammates picked Genji and is therefore respawning, they'll need a pretty stiff nudge to justify sacrificing the 50% of their ult charge they've been building up for the past 5 minutes. I get that it's meant to add a layer of strategy by letting you adapt to the enemy team with your picks, but in practice it mostly just results in everyone abusing whatever composition is the most dominant on whatever map you're currently playing on, or constantly swapping back and forth with minimal strategic thinking due to the rock, paper, paper again design of the heroes themselves. I don't think hero switching works with how hard you're leaning on counters, abilities, and ultimates, and it can't even be removed because everything else in the game has been kneecapped for it. I understand that a lot of people won't be taking any of what I'm saying seriously, given that I'm not exactly an esports pro at this game, but the biggest difference I've spotted between my gameplay and that of the real gamers is how well they can click on the bad men. If the only significant ways to improve at this game are to get better at aiming or breaking the Geneva Convention, I can't really think of a reason to play it over any of the numerous games that do the first bit better. I also understand that a lot of Overwatch players aren't interested in competitive design, and that my reasons for disliking it are theirs for the opposite. But I tend to play multiplayer games fairly casually most of the time, and I think the lack of player expression and ways to facilitate janky fun builds and team compositions makes the game less enjoyable on a casual level too for a lot of the same reasons. The most fun I had in Overwatch while I was working on this video was when I fucked around with my friends as a team of 6 supports, but that's about as wacky fun times as things ever got. There's not enough variety in the ways that the game can be played for me to enjoy it competitively or casually, and the feedback loop of instant gratification that the game is designed around fucks me off no matter how I'm playing, because how cool I feel when I press Q good isn't enough to outweigh how frustrating it is when I get Q pressed good on me. So naturally, this is the point where I heartily recommend that everyone plays Paladins instead, right? Fuck you. Don't act like you know me. Look, I could talk for a long time about how Paladins has slowly been pruned of a lot of what made it fun and different to begin with, what with the constant nerfs to mobility and shift towards spammy champions designed for nerve clusters, but I think it makes more sense to go to the root of the problem. I'm sure this won't be the most shocking thing you hear today, but I am a man of many regrets, and I think one of the biggest when it comes to this whole YouTube thing would be the time I said I like Hi-Rez without clarifying that I meant I like the developers and community people working there and not the company itself, because for some reason I didn't expect them to continue existing over the next year to repeatedly make me look like a moron for saying that. From the introduction of Essence all the way to the existential fever dream of Cards Unbound, there's not really much to say about the management at Hi-Rez beyond how the fuck has this company not burned to the ground yet? Even the lack of polish comes down to them. I'd wager a big reason the developers aren't able to come close to AAA standards is that they're a smaller
fourth
team
goddamn
being
dimension
given
was happening.
absolutely laughable deadlines to push out new content with the perpetual excuse of feature freeze is a myth designed by gremlins to rob you of lovely skins. Regardless of how much I value good systems and mechanics over polish, the amount of technical issues present in this game is unacceptable. Plus, all of the improvements in Paladin's competitive design are rendered completely fucking pointless by the fact that you can only queue comp with more than one other person if everyone in the party has finished their qualifiers and are platinum and below. And if I have any sway over anything, I'd like to request that whoever made that decision is forced to solo queue ranked for a few weeks before being allowed to reevaluate it. There's a chance that things may get better now that they've spun their development teams into separate studios that they're just acting as a
They playing
publisher for,
Astra? Hold on, wait.
and if everyone in the party
Yo,
is
yeah,
finished
when
their
they see the
qualifiers
fucking
and are
with the
platinum
fourth
and
dimension
below.
shit,
And if I
yeah,
have
they might
any
as well
sway
be.
over anything, I'd like to request that whoever made that decision is forced to solo queue ranked for a few weeks before being allowed to reevaluate it. There's a chance that things may get better now that they've spun their development teams into separate studios that they're just acting as a publisher for, and I'll acknowledge that the executive producer they brought in to mop up Cards Unbound has done a solid job since taking over, but Hi-Rez has a history of recruiting their management out of classrooms with letter blocks and backpack hooks, so any recommendation I could give for this game would require a 15-minute asterisk and a waiver. So what the fuck did I even make this video for? Probably because the concept of a hero shooter really appeals to me. Playing around with a few abilities and learning the intricacies of a character without the free time required by an MMO or the self-loathing by a MOBA is something I'd really love to play around with. But I can't say either of these games really nails it. Luckily, I know a game that does. Gigantic is a hero shooter developed by Motiga that the majority of people seem to be mostly unaware of. It's also one of my favorite multiplayer games of all time. Now I know what you're thinking, and it's even more hilarious and original than you think it is, but let me point out that Paladins has an owl champion I hate, Overwatch has an owl skin I nothing, and the exercise in production overcompensation that is professional Overwatch is literally called the Owl. It's not because owl, it's because I genuinely don't think there's a single aspect of Gigantic that I wouldn't consider a direct improvement on the formulas of Overwatch and Paladins. Because unlike Paladins, I don't have to apologize for the parents, and unlike Overwatch, I don't have to apologize to mine. It is still a hero shooter though, so the most natural place to
Gigantic,
start
I missed that
explaining
game. Yeah,
why
I
would
never
be
heard about
heroes.
I never heard about
Every
this game
member
until I
of
watched this
Gigantic's
video.
cast manages to be distinct from one another without having a single pre-assigned playstyle or kits that feel remotely unfocused or generalized. This is partially because kits are designed to have abilities that play into a certain skill set and combo into one another in different ways, and partially because of the leveling system. Throughout the course of every game, players earn experience for scoring objectives and killing enemies, and every time they level up, they can choose different upgrades for their abilities as well as a talent at level 5. Every ability has 2 branching upgrade paths that split twice, meaning that there are 7 possible ways for each ability to function. This is essentially the loadout and talent systems from Paladins with the implementation of the item shop, which streamlines all of them in a way that makes players more likely to play heroes in a more diverse manner. The loadout system is fantastic for allowing players to experiment and find different playstyles for whatever champion they're playing, but they'll often settle on one loadout talent combo because it's the most effective for how they want to play. Because Gigantic allows you to upgrade abilities in any order you want without arbitrary level restrictions, you're not only deciding which upgrades you want for this specific match, but also the exact order that you want them in, which is spreading several decisions across the entire game rather than condensing millions of options into one choice that you make before it's even started. Apologies for the guesstimates on these, but I'm trying not to break the bank and those virgins don't come cheap. It also means that players are less likely to have the exact same abilities in every game because their specific needs will vary depending on the match itself. I stand by everything I said about Paladin's shop being a good way to handle counterplay and adaptability, but adapting to the enemy team by altering your
I think
kit
this
is
vid
a
was
lot more
before
fun and
the
interesting than
announcement that
using
Gigantic was
stat
being
bonuses.
shut down, which
The
makes it
system
even more
itself is
sad.
technically
I
less
forget.
complex than those in Paladin.
I think he mentions the time period at some point. I truly forget when this came out, but yeah.
Paladins, but I still think it's a better implementation of the same core concept.
No, you know what? I think it's like sometime after.
By the added depth in Gigantic's actual combat. There are a few things about the combat in Gigantic that separates it from Paladins and Overwatch, namely that it leans much harder on the word hero than it does on the word shooter, which is evident from looking at the roster and comparing the 8 pure brawler heroes and 2 that can be either melee or ranged to the collective 3 melee characters in Overwatch and Paladins. This is all in service of the fact that the melee combat is actually designed. The most significant changes come from the addition of dodging and attack modifiers, as both attacking after dodges and while airborne will result in special attacks that grant damage and mobility bonuses and, depending on the hero and upgrades you've chosen, can also apply different on-hit effects. Cold Kick Combo makes Paco's first melee strike within 3 seconds of using an ability deal 50% bonus damage and then either crack armor or deal 100% bonus damage on frozen enemies. So taking this upgrade makes attack canceling into abilities crucial for bursting people down. Melee strings also vary from hero to hero, meaning that the timing and damage of each strike is different based on who you're playing, so the ideal time to perform melee cancels varies wildly. Trip has a quick 7-hit string that ends with a long, slow strike, but if you use her throwing daggers to reset after the 6th hit, you can perform 12 melee attacks quickly with no recovery period. These heroes have also been given kits that enhance their melee capabilities rather than ones that apologize for them, so fighting is less about knowing when to hold left click and more about closing the distance, avoiding damage, and comboing abilities to give yourself as many advantages as you possibly can. This is all a result of melee attacks and abilities in Gigantic being low commitment, meaning they can be cancelled into other abilities and dodges, which would likely cause a lot of frustration if it wasn't balanced out so well by the stamina meter. Sprinting, dodging, and jumping all drain stamina while in combat, which means that fights are high commitment even though attacks aren't. Canceling an ability into a dodge to avoid damage and then following up with a dodge attack is fun because it requires very careful timing and consideration, because doing it more than a few times without managing to kill your opponent means forfeiting your ability to retreat. The time to kill is high enough for fights to be actual fights, and you need to account for the possibility that the person you're smacking around is calling for backup and your stamina won't start regenerating until you've killed them. Combat functioning this way has also resulted in players discovering some unique and rewarding tricks like the Beyblade tech on Taito, which requires precisely canceling a jumping dodge attack into a blade dance and turns you into a giant, angry, sea-splitting projectile. It's an attack that can be used to engage enemy players and bait out movement abilities so that you can use swoop to finish them off, or as a last-ditch escape if you swoop into a fight that you've horribly misjudged, which would be cheap if it didn't require a hefty chunk of stamina and a lot of skill to pull off consistently. Gigantic wants you to earn your accomplishments, and that's one of the absolute best things about it. Killing enemies is infinitely more satisfying in Gigantic than it is in other hero shooters because of the amount of work that went into putting them in the ground. Even the focus abilities, Gigantic's take on ultimates, are designed to make the player think as much as possible, but I can't really talk about them without first attempting to explain how the game's actual mode works, so let's get lost together. Much like Paladins, the core of Gigantic is a single competitive game mode with several internal objectives, but while Siege is a generic point capture to payload push, Gigantic is unlike anything else that I have ever played. The basic gist of it is that each team is collecting power for their Guardian, which involves controlling power circles, summoning creatures, and killing enemy creatures and players. Power circles are laid out so that there are a few that heavily favor each team, with anywhere from 1 to 3 in neutral positions that the teams compete for control over. The majority of power collected in a game is from orbs that spawn at 2 of these power circles every 35 seconds in a set pattern.
This game does
These
look
can
interesting.
be collected by players, but are most often collected by whichever team's creature is currently summoned there.
When I first watched this video, I was like, yo, this actually sounds pretty
100
cool.
power, your Guardian will fly across the map and pin down the enemies to expose their weak point, dealing damage depending on how much power
It's
the
interesting
enemy
how,
team
like,
collected before you hit 100.
a game that's
If
really
your Guardian
interesting
doesn't
could be
do
one
it
that you've
automatically,
never
your
heard
team
of and
attacks
never
the
and
weak
would
point
never
score a
think to
wound,
play.
and all of this is repeated until one team wounds
But,
the
you know,
enemy Guardian 3 times.
Not everybody has the
Toward end of
time
each
and
game,
money
a
to just
clash will
play
start,
everything
either
that
some rocks will
gives them
fall
a
over,
passing
or the
interest.
entire map will switch to a new area for the final skirmishes. We are already a tiny bit more complex than stand on circle, push rectangle, and we haven't even talked about the different creatures that you can summon at each power circle. The decision of what to summon is based on which environmental effect would be the most useful in the surrounding area. A Cyclops spawns walls that block enemy players, a Bloomer rapidly heals nearby allies, a Cerberus reveals all nearby enemies on the minimap, and a Drake doesn't call back the next morning. You can only have 3 of these equipped per match, and they all have different sub-variants with specific bonuses and upgrade requirements, but I'm trying to keep this under feature length, so I'm not going to go into all of that. Upgraded creatures are tankier, deal more damage, and collect power orbs faster than young ones, but upgrading them requires focus. Focus is built up the same way as Ultimate Charge in Overwatch and Paladins, with the most notable difference being that it
I
can
only
be
have a
charged
handful
up
of
to 3
games that I have
times.
played, and I played them
Focus is used to
religiously, but
upgrade
otherwise,
creatures and to
yeah, I
cast
feel like
focus abilities, Gigantic's version of Ultimates. The abilities themselves get stronger with each level of charge, which already makes deciding whether or
I think
not
there's
to
literally
use your
2 kinds of
focus more
gamers,
interesting than deciding whether or not to use your
and I think like there's 2 kinds of people is like kind of like a reductive statement, and it's just like, oh yeah, that like people tend to be like this or like this, but like, and there's a spectrum, and like, no, I feel like with gaming, like there's literally only 2 kinds of people. Like, you either play a bunch and sometimes don't finish shit, or you play like 6 games and you have like 400 hours in all of them. Because like I'm like running through the like the list of people that I know play games like as often as I do, or like at least uh like have like video games as like a hobby or a source of entertainment to the same point that I do, and I could literally like split them up into different. I could literally like split each of them up into one of those two categories. Is like if I don't count the fact that I play series of games, yeah. Because like I feel like you can kind of. I feel like when you're the kind of person that like plays games for like that plays games for hundreds of hours like straight, like and does just that. When it's a series, it's kind of like all one game really, because like you're not gonna not play one of them. Like you might play one of them once for 200 hours and then be like, I don't really like that one as much, and then just kind of replay the one that you like, but you still put in more hours than the average person who just was kind of okay at it. Like all 3 Mass Effects and all 4 Uncharted. So yeah, you've put hundreds of hours into the Mass Effect series and the Uncharted. Like because like I don't know, like there's not really any series that I've played all of and like done it to that level, except for maybe like Pokemon. And yeah, just Pokemon. Like even Zelda, I've missed a couple and haven't finished some. I've like beaten every main series Pokemon game and put at least like 100 hours into them probably because of like all the like breeding and shit. But I'll like I'm the kind of person who plays 2 or 3 games at one time. Which and sometimes I definitely wish I could focus a little more with that kind of shit, like at least to the point where I finish things that I play. Because like some people I know will like play a game and be like, this game's okay, but still finish it and play everything in it. Like if I am suddenly uninterested in a game, I just stop playing it. I am feral about the things I like and largely indifferent to the rest. Yeah, I'm just like I'm interested. I am passively interested in a lot of things. So while I have tried more things, like I don't really know too many people who play shooters and Civilization, like or like fighting games and like fighting games in Civilization the same way that I do. Because like typically like if you like a certain kind of game, you just really don't like a different kind of game. But at the same time, like I've kind of like dipped my toe in a bunch of different games and only really got invested in a handful.
Ultimate,
I am feral about Assassin's Creed Syndicate and don't care about the other Assassin's Creed games. I tend to give up with games when it feels too drawn out. Yeah, like sometimes if it's not like capturing me the entire time for one reason or another, I just stop.
Makes it a hell of a lot more interesting than regular Ultimate.
I've never played. I'll be real. I've only beat the first Assassin's Creed, and I only played 2 a little bit. I never played one after for Assassin's Creed.
Their kills, unless they're playing TMAT, but I've been told it's poor form to mock the disabled, so I'm staying far away from that one. So, but your abilities themselves get stronger with each level of charge, which already makes deciding whether or not to use your focus more interesting than deciding whether or not to use your ultimate, because even when you know there's a good opportunity to use it, you still have to think about whether or not you should. The fact that focus has not only more than one application, but multiple possible levels of effectiveness at more than one application makes it a hell of a lot more interesting than regular ultimate charge. And what ties it all together is the fact that getting targeted by a level 3 focus ability doesn't instantly mean you're going to die, because again, Gigantic expects players to earn their kills. Unless they're playing TMAT, but I've been told it's poor form to mock the disabled, so I'm staying far away from that one. So if the game is competitive, varied, fun, and gorgeous to boot,
also
come no one ever
GTAing
talks
people's
about.
horse-drawn
I'd be
characters
willing
is
to
really
bet there are
fun.
quite a few people
Syndicate hits all my
watching this who
buttons.
remember Gigantic's
The atmosphere is
announcement in
so I love it so
2014 and
much.
had no idea that
It's a
the
grappling
game
thing
ever
to
came
someone.
out.
I guess I'm just
That's
completely
because
unfamiliar
midway
with
through
Assassin's Creed
development,
Syndicate because
Motigo
none of this
I'd
sounds
be willing to
familiar.
bet there are quite a few people watching this who remember Gigantic's announcement in 2014 and had no idea that the game ever came out. Well, that's because midway through development, Motigo wound up burning through all of their funding as a pre-revenue startup and had to lay off every single one of their employees, which you'd think would be curtains for Gigantic, so how did the game ever get released at all? Well, the day after the layoffs, every single employee showed back up to the office and kept on working as though nothing ever happened. They showed up every single day with no promise of pay because they believed in the idea and they cared. Still, they needed money to finish the game, so management started shopping it around to publishers in the hope that one would bite, and the only offer they got was from Perfect World, the high-res of game companies. All of this resulted in a turbulent dev cycle that had the game coming out of alpha at the same rate as a human child, and to make matters worse, Motigo wound up having to enter a partnership with Microsoft to extend their funding, in effect losing several months of development time to porting Gigantic to the Microsoft-mandated Universal Windows platform rather than sorting out its technical issues, which resulted in the game having severe crashing problems on computers with under 6 gigabytes of RAM. So, until they could find a proper fix, Motiga decided to have the game check the system and give players who didn't meet the requirements a pop-up on launch, preventing them from purchasing items or playing the game as they knew it would be a waste of their time and money. This version of the game was released in beta onto the Arc client, the perfect world of game launchers. Shockingly, the launch on Arc to no fanfare didn't exactly set the world on fire. Gigantic's last chance to capture an audience came with its release on Steam when it officially left beta, at which point it was bombarded with negative
The new Assassin's
reviews
Creed
from-
games are perfect examples of games that feel way too drawn out from the Origins game to the newest ones. Really interesting. I haven't even touched them, probably because I'm busy playing 1,200 hours of Overwatch. Oops, yeah.
brainlets complaining that they didn't meet the requirements to run it. Now, I know I'm probably not going to make many friends by saying this, but it's shit like this that makes me fucking hate gamers sometimes, and I'm sorry to hit you with a hard R out of nowhere like that, but I'm not mincing words on this one. The developers at Motiga poured their blood, sweat, and tears into this game, literally working for free for a community of people who viewed them as disposable. I genuinely do not understand the reasoning behind giving a free game a negative review because you can't run it. None of the microtransactions are even available through the Steam page. The game will not allow people to spend money on it unless they're able to play it. The only thing they possibly could have lost is a little bit of time because they couldn't be fucked to read the requirements that were plainly spelled out for them. Just to put a nice little cherry on top of all of this, a few months after the Steam release, Motiga had to downsize their staff, at which point gaming news outlets started reporting that the company was being shut down entirely and didn't bother to update the headline when the remaining employees told them that they got the story wrong. I guess they were just counting on it eventually being right, and congratulations because Motiga doesn't exist anymore. The January update was the final content patch for Gigantic, and the official servers shut down on July 31st. One of the most dedicated and talented development teams I've ever seen that was working on one of the most original multiplayer games I've ever played is now gone, and the product of their passion and talent is too. So if anyone from Motiga is watching this, I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you for giving this game to the people who loved it while they could, and thank you for powering through all of that bullshit to do so. The only silver lining is that it is technically still possible to play the game now that everything is said and done.
I am
And as
feral
much as
about
I wish that there was
Overwatch,
just a
but I guess I'm not a real gamer because most of the issues don't bother me like at all. I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like at some point, like, being what's considered a real gamer or like being like a gaming enthusiast meant that you hated something. Like it oh, you can't be enthusiastic about a certain video game unless there's a video game that you just like hate just as much as you love something. And it's like the fuck I don't care. It's like the only medium where like your I guess your clout is measured by how much you can dislike something in order to justify how much you like something else. You know what I mean? Like, how many times have you like asked somebody about a game that's similar to one they're playing and they're like, fucking, oh, I hate that thing. It's trash compared to this thing because X, Y, and Z, and it's fucking like people who play this one are babies, yada yada yada. But it's like no one says that shit about movies. Like you're not gonna be like, oh, you like Land Before Time, fucking dinosaurs, the superior dinosaur movie. Like nobody gives a shit. They just watch the fucking movie. And if they don't like it, they say, oh, I didn't like that one. They don't like put themselves on a pedestal because they have a negative opinion about something that's popular or something that's a little bit similar to what they to what they like, but isn't exactly the same. You sound like you're describing Star Wars fandom. Maybe I am. Shit. Maybe nerds just need to shut the fuck up sometimes. It's like I often feel like I should feel stupid because I just like things and I don't want to tear it to shreds. Or they say they do shit about movies. Or they do say that shit about movies. Well, shit, I don't watch movies like that, so maybe I'm out of touch. Because I'm the same way. Like, I don't have to a reason to dislike something, and I don't have to have a reason to like something. Like, I can eventually give you a reason. Like, I like Nier Automata because the art's good. Fucking Tumblr is aggressive. Nerds just need to shut the fuck up sometimes. You're right. Tumblr is aggressive. Tumblr's aggressive because they don't fucking go outside. Like, I don't know. When you actually have something when you actually like have a reason to exist beyond the media that you consume, you're not so ready to vehemently defend it because it's not a personal attack. It's just somebody consuming something that you consumed and having a different opinion. It doesn't matter. But like, I don't know. Yeah, nerds just need to like fucking take a chill pill about the shit. You can just like things. You don't need to defend why you like something. Like people shit on like My Hero Academia and Demon Slayer all the time for like anime and shit, and I'm like, okay, I still like it, nigga. Like I don't fucking care. Like you're like, oh yeah, like I don't like this character and I don't like this thing. I'm like, great, it looks cool. I watch it. like at some point, like I had to like be like, damn, why do I like this thing? And then I would be like, oh, I like this thing, and then there was always something that someone would have as a rebuttal as to why I shouldn't like that thing or why the reason I like that thing isn't enough. And I'm just like, bro, I don't care. Like Bozzy has a lot to say about this topic, but like it's very much a case of if you don't love something, you have to justify it by saying it's trash or problematic instead of just being like, I don't like it. Yeah, if it didn't engage me, that's it. That's the opinion. If I watched something and it was boring, or it didn't capture me, or I just didn't enjoy it, I fucking didn't enjoy it. Like I know COD games aren't the best, but damn it, they're great, dumb fun, and that's what matters. Yeah, like I can sit down and play any Call of Duty game for at least 2 hours. Like they're fun to play. They don't. I'm not putting hundreds of hours into them, and they don't really capture me past that. But I'm not gonna sit there and say they're bad. Like whatever. Like where's that video of it's okay to like to not like thing? It's okay, but don't be a dick. Yeah. Tapping my phone without my glasses, then this is what happens. Damn, you're fighting an uphill battle there, my friend. But yeah, like at some point, like, cause like thinking about all the reasons that you like and dislike something is fucking exhausting. Cause like, I'm not telling myself why I don't like something. Usually when you have to have details about an opinion, like usually when you have to have details about an opinion that you hold, it's because you're explaining it to someone else. I don't need to explain shit to my damn self. So why the fuck am I explaining it to you? Like, why do you like Overwatch? I don't know. It's fucking fun. Go off night, but yeah, nerds just need to shut the fuck up sometimes. It goes for all nerds. Like it's not even just like Star Wars nerds or like fucking anime nerds or comic book nerds. Like just every nerd just needs to like look at what they're doing, and sometimes the decision is to shut the fuck up. Just whatever. But yeah.
Private server browser to keep the game going, I can't help but be grateful for anything that means it's not outright gone forever. I've linked a Discord server in the description where you can find a modded client that'll allow you to host private matches.
Yeah, just like your shit. Like just like your shit and dislike your shit. Just shut the fuck up. And like my love for Star Wars is almost completely squandered because of the way the fans are. Yeah, it's like how the hell are you so toxic about how are you so like vindictive about your opinion that you ruin the thing that you supposedly like for other people? Like, how you even do that? Fucking, Like I hate when like I don't understand. I don't understand when people are like when someone's talking about something they like, and they're like, "Oh yeah, this thing's cool," and then someone just comes in like, "It's bad," and I'm like, "I didn't ask you. It wasn't a question. I didn't ask your opinion. I'm telling you what I'm about." It's like, and if a bunch of people in a conversation are saying like, "Hey, this is cool," what the fuck do you gain from saying it's bad? Like, I didn't ask you. If I asked you and you're like, "Oh, I'm not a fan," I'd be like, "Oh, okay." Like, and that's it. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna move the fuck on. And I might change the subject because I know not everybody's going to be about the subject. But what's most likely going to happen is I'm going to continue talking about it with the people who fucking like it, because we're having a conversation about that. Now, if it fucking switches to something else, and you have something to say about it that isn't some bullshit, yeah, we can talk about it. Spider-Man 3 and Spider-Man 2 is, and I liked Spider-Man 3 and Amazing Spider-Man 2. So yeah, most people would be like, why the fuck did you like those movies? I saw them. They didn't engage me enough for me to dig deep as to why I just like watched them. Like, usually if I have an extra reason as to, why I like something, I can tell you it. Like, if I have a reason, if something engages me beyond just being like, it was cool or I didn't like it, I usually have a reason, and it's because something in it impacted me. Like Moonlight. Have y'all seen Moonlight? Moonlight's fucking great. Some people probably don't like it. I don't care, but like, Moonlight's the fucking shit. And like, there's like a lot of shit in that movie that was very impactful to me, and I love the way it looked. So I'm like, I like Moonlight. Fucking, I don't know, like, why do I like Dragon Ball Fighters? Because why do I like Dragon Ball Fighters? It's like the first, to me, it's like the first actual Dragon Ball fighting game, like, that isn't like some kind of weird arena fighter or like just kind of cheesy. And personally, like my nostalgic favorite is Budokai 3, but that's all I need to say. I don't need to say anything else to anybody, like, or for why I like or dislike something. I can just do that. What about the live action Avatar movie? That shit is trash. Like, I think it's trash. If you like it, cool. You probably didn't watch the original, but I'm not gonna like argue with you about it. You just like it.
It's missing a lot of the updated characters, animations, maps, and UI refinements that were in the game proper, and as of right now, the only way to invite people is to directly give them the server's IP and have them join through the console. So, unless this becomes a Shrine of Amana situation and the game is rebuilt by the community, this is more to let people who already love the game keep playing it than anything else. It's still definitely worth installing if you want to give the game a go, just go in knowing that it's not going to be everything I've been showing here. I've never ended a review by telling people to do something before, but if you're watching this video on a computer with a power supply you don't have to feed, do yourself a favor and give this game a try. It's free, it's fantastic, and most of all, it deserves to be played. I'm not just saying that because it got shut down either. I play high-res games. This is not a new experience for me. And even though they aren't entirely blameless, the work and care and love that Motiga put forward deserves some appreciation. Even disregarding all of the shit they went through over the past few years, this game wasn't given a fair shake on release because people dismissed it as just another cash grab Overwatch wannabe. You might think a game with a completely different perspective, style, set of objectives, movement, combat, ability system, design philosophy, and leagues more depth that was also revealed first wouldn't get that kind of pushback for simply existing within the same subgenre as Super Global Combat Fortress 3. But if spending the past few years reading YouTube comments has taught me anything, it's that there's no shortage of people who likely think subgenre is the name of that fancy underwear their cousins say for special occasions.
Lord. All right, I'm gonna pee and then probably hit up one more video and then I'm gonna fucking go to bed. So I'll be right back. Fuck. All right. Gigantic came out today. I think it would do great. Yeah, I think so too. Looks pretty dope. Aesthetic is so neat. Never redeemed to hydrate. A lot of folks want to avoid Mass Effect 4s, and I get that. However, that seems like a clip. Must be known that Commander Shepard is hot. Thank you. That is all. I'm glad you clipped that. Yeah, go to horny jail now. Oh God, so many commands. Bless you. Thank you. Jail, bonk. Go to honey jail now, bonk. Good Lord. It's probably good that y'all can make commands, because at the time I fucking forget to do shit like that. Plus, like, I think if you put exclamation point commands, it'll give you like a list of all the commands that have been made, and I think at this point there's a lot. About getting some personalities, like nerds just need to shut the fuck up sometimes. Yeah. From now on, it's just like when some shit's just getting like really stupid, I'm just be like exclamation point nerds, just exclamation point nerds. Into the goddamn cheese hole. Donald Dumper Duck. What the fuck? Don't go crazy now. What the fuck? Or do, I don't know. Jail. Go to jail. Kanto. Exclamation point Kanto. You do be playing Mario Kart. Heat hot chip and die. Not last. Dirk. Route 6. Route 6 is Oregon Trail, apparently. Fuck. Sock. Shout out, yeah. Hot chip. Okay. We have less than 30 minutes. To add that Wooga copy pasta. What the fuck is that? Watch an Unraveled video. Give me my last bit. What the fuck? Yeah, do not make that a fucking do not make that a fucking command. That is way too fucking big. Eyes pop outside, gets accompanied by trumpets, heartbeats at the chest. Oh, good sound effect. Pull chain on train whistle that has appeared next to head is rattling any blades, bowls, or silverware. Whistles out. Fireworks shoot from top of head. Pants loudly as tongue hangs out of mouth. Wipes comically large bead of sweat from forehead. It clears throat, straightens tie, combs hair. You look very lovely. That's all encompassed by horny jail. Like, so like we kind of have the picture. I like how most of these are 15 minutes. I didn't notice that. This was cool.
Halo Infinite is coming out! It's been nearly 5 years since the last mainline Halo game, and boy oh boy, have I never played a Halo game before. I have no clue what is going on in these games, but Halo is one of the most important video game franchises of all time, so I should probably know what it's all about. Luckily, Halo Infinite is coming out on the next
You never played any Halo
generation of
games?
Xbox, which means I have plenty of time to get caught up. There are 15 Halo games if you include all the spin-offs.
I started off playing Halo with Halo
the
2.
mainline games are going to give
when
you
I
the
was in,
story
like,
without causing you to miss out
high
on a
school.
bunch of lore. Each mainline
Like right
game
before
takes
the
10
Xbox
hours to
360
complete.
came out.
That's
I remember
50
playing 2.
straight hours of gaming. Today, I'm telling you everything you need to know to get up to speed on Halo by playing all... Who put the Halo novels here? You need to know to get up 50 straight hours of lore. Each mainline game takes 10 hours to complete. That's 50 straight hours of gaming. Today, I'm telling you everything you need to know to get up to
15?
speed on
Huh?
Halo by playing all... Who put the Halo novels here?
Does Nightbot have access to all emotes? Yeah. Wait, you mean like the streamer emotes? Nightbot isn't set. The fuck? Wait, yeah, I guess not. Shit. Hold on. You said there were 15 games?
So I should probably know what it's all about. Luckily, Halo Infinite is coming out on the next generation of Xbox, which means I have plenty of time to get caught up. There are 15 Halo games if you include all the spin-offs.
Really? Wait, hold on. There's Combat Evolved 2, 3, Reach, ODST, Wars. Those are the ones. Those are the ones I know. I only know 7. Where the fuck are the other 8? Huh? Shit.
But honestly, the mainline games are gonna...
What? Yeah. Combat Evolved 2, 3, Wars, ODST, Reach, Combat Evolved Anniversary. Oh, yeah, 4, 5. Spartan Assault. I remember that one. Master Chief Collection. I don't know if that fucking counts. Like, Master Chief Collection is just all the other games. Spartan Strike. 5. Fire Team Raven. What the fuck is Fire Team Raven? There was a Halo Wars 2? Did I block that out of my memory? Why don't I remember Halo Wars 2? Well, yeah, apparently there are more than fucking 7. So, shit. All right.
Gonna give you the story without causing you to miss out on a bunch of lore. Each mainline game takes 10 hours to complete. That's 50 straight hours of gaming. Today, I'm telling you everything you need to know to get up to speed on Halo.
I only had Xbox until 2018, and even I didn't know there was a Halo Wars 2.
Who
Yeah,
put the
apparently
Halo
nobody
novels here?
fucking did.
I'm not doing the Halo novels. Who put them here? I'm just playing 5 games, okay? Who put them here? Today, I will be playing all 5 of the What the fuck? What? Why?
What the fuck?
Does this keep happening?
Yeah, same.
No, please, get these out of here! No! Today, July 30th, 2019, I'm going to begin reading every Halo novel. And then I'm going to give you a book report on all of them.
I always find it interesting when like a franchise
This isn't even all of
that
the Halo
isn't a
novels.
book
I'm still waiting on a few to
has
arrive.
books?
Some are digital only, and there are a
Like-
few
like the
that
Star
haven't been
Wars
released
books?
yet
Like-
because they are...
because when I think about Star Wars, like I think about just like the movies or whatever. But then I'm like wait, like Star Wars has like a bunch of, well, they're not canon anymore because Disney. But like I'm like Star Wars has a bunch of books that goes into detail about a lot of shit, and I'm like, huh. I don't know. I just find that cool. The guy, that guy is exactly how I feel when I consider jumping into a Final Fantasy game.
Still being written.
Yeah, it's just like
This isn't
fucking
even all
what?
of the Halo novels. I'm still waiting on a few to arrive. Some are digital only, and there are a few that haven't been released yet because they are still being written. here is a list of every Halo novel currently
Hallmark of a
announced.
well-built universe.
Depending on how long
Yeah,
this
if
reading
it feels like
adventure
it's
takes,
overwhelming
I
to
might
start it,
have
then
to
it's
add to
probably
this
pretty
list.
good.
Every one of these 28 or so novels
As a
is
rule of thumb,
considered
it's not
canon.
concrete,
That
but,
means
you
there's
know.
roughly 10,000 pages of juicy, canonical information, explosive action sequences, and beloved characters that I know nothing about. The average American reads about 12 books a year. The median is 4.
Well, 12 books a 12 books a year. I think I finished maybe 2 books last year. No, not last year. The year before that. I think I read maybe 2 books. I didn't read one all year. I maybe read half of one.
4. I
Go to
am
bed,
0
nerd. I have
books a
21
year.
minutes
But
before I can do that
according to the
feed.
Pizza Hut Book It program, if my school
I keep meaning to read the Dragon Age books. I either read like a maniac or not at all. Yeah, yeah.
One novel, I will receive a certificate.
I need to finish
for
the
a
book that I'm in the
free
middle of so I can
one-topping
read the other
personal
9
pizza from
that I
Pizza
haven't
Hut.
fucking opened.
Pizza Hut is not sponsoring this video, but if I can find one that is open and will ignore the fact that I am a 25-year-old man, I'm gonna get a personal pan pizza. So, I'm gonna read all these books, I guess. And then, I don't know, summarize the info for you? Look, honestly, most Unraveleds have me biting off more than I can chew, but usually I have chewed that bite before I have started filming. I am literally starting this process today, so even I don't know how this video is gonna turn out. My current plan is to film this in slices over the course of however long
In
this
2019,
takes,
I read
and
like
then
20
I will
books,
do a little
and then
wrap-up.
not at all.
But
yeah, I can't say
all
that.
that's left
I don't
to
even
do
have 20
now
books on my
is
shelf.
actually start
Wait.
reading.
I have 22 books on my shelf, so yeah, you've read most of the books that I have right here. I mean, you've read like almost the entire amount of books that I have on this bookshelf. And the only reason I don't have more is because there's 9 of them that I haven't even fucking opened. So I can't buy more books because then they're just not gonna get read.
With the first novel in the series, Halo: The Fall of Reach. Prologue. 0500 hours. February 12th.
We have a lot of books. I mean, you like if you have more than one bookshelf, you have more books than I've probably read. When AFK, why is BDG on my screen? I spent the last 2 hours just watching videos because I couldn't like
since I started this great
function,
journey,
so I'm just
but
like
I'm
looking
happy
at
to
things.
say it's done. I've read every single Halo novel. So very much has changed since July 30th, 2019. I no longer have a mustache. And I'm also filled to the brim with knowledge of the Halo universe. But before we get to the book report, here is the updated list of the 31 Halo novels I read. These 2 short stories were eventually collected into the compilation Halo Fractures, so it's really
Oh my god, he's
29.
evolved.
You also may have noticed a Halo comic on the table of the original shoot. That was just set dressing. Ignore it. In my Skyrim book report, I read 571 pages. For this, I read 10,920. Which is more. If you were to listen to a continual stream of Halo audiobooks, it would take you almost 13 whole days. No sleep, just Halo. But I didn't do that. Instead, I did this. Here's a timeline of when I finished each Halo book. For comparison, here's a timeline
Who finishes
of every
5 books in a month, bro? I
didn't
could
read any
not.
other books this year. Every other book, I finished each Halo book.
I think I could maybe finish a book. I think I can maybe finish 1 book in a month if I really fucking tried. Like most books don't have more than 30 chapters. If they do, some of them are probably pretty short. Or it's like the Lord of the Rings or a Stephen King novel or some shit. But like most books that you read probably have less than 30 chapters. So you could conceivably read 12 books a year, which is apparently the average. If you just read a chapter a day, at a minimum. The fucking, like, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 books in in a fucking month? Nope. What? I can't even wrap my head around that. I'm such a slow fucking reader.
For comparison, here's a timeline of every other book I read this year. I didn't read any other books this year.
My mom usually reads 5 to 10 a month. I don't understand. That doesn't register to me.
And now I can present to you what you need to know.
Thinking about how long it takes me to read like 5 pages of a book.
Well, okay, so it doesn't.
That just doesn't compute. People who can read a book in a day, like a YA novel in like one day.
You know what?
Fuck, bro. I don't understand.
Could tell you
they're too powerful.
You need to know before Halo Infinite.
I got her hooked on Supernatural, so she isn't reading. She's just watching Supernatural. I mean,
a disservice.
That is also time consuming.
You wouldn't want that anyway. When I scheduled a brief 2-hour meeting with my coworkers to do a quick overview of the Halo novels, they kept getting upset with me because I needed to go off on tangents in order to tell them the juicy stuff.
Only in book 7 or 8 did all of these come from the side of the UNSC, so the concept of video games as art has like shifted to become...
I'm starting to see what you mean about not being able to talk about this without going on weird long-winded tangent.
The great knowledge bestowed upon me by these books has come at a price. I have become so powerful and
she went through
intelligent.
15 seasons in 4 months and is rewatching now. Oh, she just never stopped.
That speaking to my coworkers about Halo is like trying to explain Shaw Fujikawa drives to an Ungoy. I have become the Master Chief of Halo novels.
She's retired. Ah, yeah, no, she got time.
This might sound like a bold claim if you think the Master Chief is just a green man who shoots good. But thanks to these Halo novels, I know that the Master Chief is actually a green man who shoots good because of a tragic backstory. And you learn that in the very first Halo novel. I am finished with The Fall of Reach. I did video check-ins right after finishing each novel to record my gut reactions. This one was 30 minutes long. I have a feeling that these Halo novels are gonna be like a super cheap margarita. I'm not going to gain anything from it, and in fact I might be worse off after the fact, but it's tasty and I can slam it quickly. In the year 2517, the United Nations Space Command wanted super soldiers to quell
What's Gucci? Hey, welcome Raiders. Silverfang's rating with the party of 5. How are you? What's up? Thank you for the raid. What up, Han? Han Herrex. Georgie Games. What up, Georgie? Hey, what's up? Fuck. Like, it's good to see you. Han Herrex? Yeah, whatever. Silver raid. Rossavaria. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the league. I'm good, thanks. How are you? How are you doing today? How are you? You too. Yeah. I'm doing good. I'm tired as fuck. As you can see, I've been streaming for 20 hours, and I have decided to the timer is not going up after that. This 14 minutes that you see right below is done. I'm done. I'm going to bed. But other than that, I'm pretty good. Yeah, I was doing a subathon and it ended up getting that large.
So they turned to the Office of Naval
Intelligence.
Intelligence.
Thank you, Georgie. I appreciate that.
Catherine Halsey, who kidnapped 6-year-olds, flash cloned them, and placed the
it was cool. Like, I had a lot of fun. I just would like to sleep.
To the parents and slowly
but I'm not gonna
died.
This
fun little summer camp was called the
short anybody on.
The kidnapped kids
I'm not gonna short anybody on
and as a gift for
what they've
14th
given
birthday,
today. So
biological
what the hell, Georgie? You didn't have to subscribe, Georgie. Like I paused the timer so that I hope you didn't expect to get 10 minutes out of that. I'm sorry.
Which killed 30 of them and permanently maimed 12 others. It's a hard age to shop.
Thank you for the lurk.
Them with 33 frighteningly powerful
Rossavaria.
and militarily indoctrinated teenagers ready to go out and kill.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I was like, oh no, because someone else did that earlier, and I was like, oh shit, I tossed the timer. I feel bad.
But just as these teens
start quelling, if it had gotten to a point where because I made this decision to be like, hey, this timer is a countdown and not like a challenge. I made that decision around the 2-hour mark when it was this emote. Yes, oh yeah, the pain emotes are really good. When it was 2 hours left, I was like, yeah, this is the end. But if at any point before that someone came in and did a bunch of shit and I got a bunch of subs and it ended up hitting like past 3, I would have just taken a nap and came back. But now it's like I literally have 12 minutes left. I just need to make it through, and I'm feeling pretty wired from having conversations with the homies with the
Who's
league.
there? It's a moral Deus Ex Machina called the Covenant. They're a group of aliens who want to kill
I appreciate
all
that sub.
humans,
Thank you very much.
And it's the Spartans' job to stop them. My experience
And
with
thank you,
science fiction has led me to believe
Silver
that
Fangs for
when
the
you
raid.
start a story
Yes, 12
this
minutes
way,
only. You got
in
this.
the
Oh yeah, no,
end,
I'll be
there'll
fine.
Be a big
Like,
twist where the humans
there
who
was a point in time where I
kidnapped
didn't think I could do
children
it, and
were
that
the
point
real
in time was a
bad
minute and
guys.
20 seconds.
This
I mean,
book
an
subverts
hour and
my
20 minutes.
expectations by not doing that. It is extremely black and white. Alien, bad. UNSC, good. If you were looking for shades of gray, you should have checked the romance novels.
My biggest emotional response was to the fact that Spartan John 117 was so obviously abused into becoming this killing machine, and he's just okay with it because that's all he knows. He feels happiest when someone has given him an obvious goal, an obvious thing that he needs to kill, and it just is heartbreaking.
Oh, Bastille.
But I don't think it was meant to be heartbreaking.
If there's one thing to learn from this book, it's the origin story of the Master Chief. He was just some kid in the colonies until circumstances, plus several years of military indoctrination and biological modification, turned him into a hero.
After this, not gonna
It's
lie, probably
hard
gonna watch
not
The
to
Legend
draw
of
a
Zelda
parallel
Cooking
between
Unraveled
his
because Brian Dave
experiences
was the best.
and
I thought about
mine,
doing that one, but
because
like
I went
that
through
one seemed a little bit too
conflict.
long. Plus, like I knew I was gonna be talking about a bunch of stuff and taking it some
I don't
time.
think anyone knew that Halo would become one of the most important game series of all time, and this book reflects that. The writing is fine, if a little on the nose.
Reach was one of the few places that John considered safe from the Covenant. His home would not fall. Uh-oh, John.
And that's all you need to know about the fall of Reach. Okay, just one little tangent. I gotta address a thing that comes up whenever you talk about the Halo novels. So here it is. The Master Chief's suit does not jack him off.
Cap.
There is a fake picture of a Halo novel and it's based off of a drill tweet, but it's not true. In fact, if you were to read the Halo novels, you would know that the Spartan 2 biological augmentations do something akin to chemical castration, which destroys their libidos. Okay, that's it. I'm sorry. I'm moving on. I just spent over 600 words talking about one book. I can't do that for all of them if I'm going to reach my goal of telling you what you need to know before Halo Infinite. So I will limit myself to 50 words per synopsis from here on out. I love the ocean, but I love Halo more. I read The Flood on vacation. It follows the first game's plot. The Master Chief blows up a Halo after meeting Guilty Spark and The Flood. The parts with Master Chief were boring. The other parts were good. If you like
Uh-oh, John. Oh my god.
That's a little joke about the Pina Colada song. First Strike shows that some Spartans
Oh my god.
survived the fall of Reach and
John.
fills the gaps between Halo 1 and 2. Not much happens. Ghosts of Onyx follows. Kurt, perhaps the most interesting Spartan of all of them, he was put in charge of creating the Spartan 3s.
Yeah, probably because it just happened there, FedEx.
But they used orphans this time. Contact Harvest rules.
This book was way more interesting and way better written, and also way hornier.
It shows first contact with the Covenant and explains why they're killing all humans.
That's right.
And
Yeah,
there's a
I'm sure if you do it now, they'll
beautiful
probably do
story
it.
between a
It
Hurgog
just
and
like
an Ungoy.
it happens within a
Also,
certain amount of time. It
Avery Johnson bones down.
doesn't register to
Something in
prevent
this book
spam.
that these other books have not tried to do, namely make a more nuanced story.
In the Cole Protocol, Spartan Grey Team tries to destroy map info that would lead the Covenant to Earth. 5 books and 250 words. Let's keep this up. After one little tangent. The first 5 books were released during the original trilogy, but starting with the Cole Protocol, the novels focused on characters that didn't matter that much to the video games. From here on out, they were no longer just making a game series. They were expanding a universe. The next novels I was going to read were both trilogies written by well-established science fiction authors. If the first 6 books were first-person shooters, then the Forerunner saga was a text-based tactical RPG. And for that, it might be a bit hard to fit each into just 50 words, but I'll try.
Halo Cryptum. Everything you thought you
Cryptum.
knew about Halo, I want you to throw it in the garbage.
100,000 years before Halo,
A forerunner named
What?
Born Stellar makes Eternal lasting, hires 2 ancient humans named Chakas and Riser for an adventure, and they stumble upon a Promethean called the Didact. And that's just the first few chapters. This
Christ.
trilogy is like Dune level science fiction. It is dense as all hell. This trilogy sets up the antagonist for Halo 4, and it explains the creation of the Halos, which are those superstructure weapons of mass destruction designed to kill all sentient life in the galaxy just to stop the parasitic alien known as the Flood, which seems kind of petty. And that's all I will say
Which seems
about
kind
this
of petty.
trilogy. And also these fun little tidbits. You know the Covenant Prophets, the Sanshayum? They existed alongside the Forerunners, and they're described
This is
in this
unexpected.
book
What,
as
the-
a handsome,
lore?
intelligent race besotted with eternal sexuality and youth. The Sanshayum used to be fucking hot. Ooh, and 343 Guilty Spark, that shitty orb who shows up in the first game and tries to get the Master Chief to fire the Halo ring, that used to be Chakas, that ancient human I mentioned very quickly. Some poor dude went on a quest with a Forerunner, basically as a freelance gig, and then he ended up getting his brain stuck in a Roomba for 100,000 years. That is rough, my dude. Okay, for real.
I may have
am done
underestimated the
speaking
lore of
about
Halo.
that trilogy.
Yeah, like so like the basics of like the Halo story is like, you know, you're part of the fucking UNSC and you fight the Covenant, and then like the Flood like these things called the Flood happen, which is like these parasitic aliens, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, how do you like they literally just take over all life? What the hell do you do? And then you find out that they're like you have to like fucking, you know, figure out how to fix that problem, and then you find out that the Forerunners already fixed that problem. They were like, kill everything, because if this thing can't latch on to anything that's alive, then it dies. So yeah, like it's pretty nuts. Boom boom shoot, Master Chief doesn't even get a name. No, it goes deep. Like Halo rings are literally shit. I think there's 7. There's 7 Halo rings, and like that's enough to like destroy all life within a galaxy because they're fucking huge. But yeah, I'd like, yeah, I that's about as deep as my lore goes without having to look at something like this. So.
And with that, my first 9 Halo books and my indoctrination into the Halo universe were complete. Only 20 more to go.
God.
After reading 9 books, you might think I finally have enough context to tell you what you need to know before Halo Infinite. But you're wrong. The first 9 books are just boot camp. Now that the Master
Goddamn,
Chief,
it's 10
me,
a.m.
has
here.
completed his training, books, it was time for him to drop into the field. More books. I braced myself for the next trilogy, but nothing could prepare me for what happened with Karen Travis's Kilo 5 saga.
Karen Travis, you frickin' did it. You made me like a trilogy of Halo books.
I truly 100% enjoyed reading this trilogy, and that was hard to come to terms with. I did not start this project expecting to enjoy doing it, and for that, I'm gonna give myself a little more than 50 words to talk about it. This trilogy follows an Oni team called Kilo 5
Oh God.
as they deal with the aftermath of the Human Covenant War. Now that the Covenant is in shambles, Kilo 5's job is to arm religious fundamentalist Sangheili dissidents in order to destabilize their government.
I will admit, in the very beginning, I was like, a CIA-style group trying to cause some unrest in an enemy nation by
I am indeed gonna go
funding
yes.
terrorism? I've never heard of that happening in real life. It's a joke. I have heard about that in real life.
Should I have been worried about this plotline, given Halo's track record with handling morally questionable military missions with nuance and tact? Absolutely. But Karen Travis
knocked it out of the park. The leader of Kilo 5, Saren Osman, had a very bad 14th birthday because instead of becoming a Spartan 2, she was maimed by the biological augmentations, and she despises Catherine Halsey for that. Another member of Kilo 5 is the full-fledged Spartan Naomi. Her father became one of the most important leaders in the colonial insurrection, radicalized by the conspiracy that the government kidnapped his daughter and replaced her with a clone. Psst. They did do that. This trilogy finally explores the ramifications of the lore set up in the first novel, and it rules. I'd say more about this trilogy, but if there is one set of books I would suggest you read, it's these ones.
Have my throat not hurt.
I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
that's a
spoil them.
that's
And
a
to make up
that's
for
a
that
good
long
goal.
summary, I'll be real short with the next 7 books. Halo Evolutions 1 and 2 are short story compilations that flesh out the Halo universe. Not much happens in them, but these are my favorite ones. Broken Circle bookends the start and end of the Covenant from Sanshayum and Sangheili perspectives, which is neat, but I read it in one day while stuck in LaGuardia, so I didn't like it that much. Halo New Blood is
Just a lovely jaunt.
written from the perspective of Edward Buck as he becomes a Spartan 4. But here's
Sony.
the twist. He's not a child. Incremental progress.
Halo Hunters in the Dark is a good book.
Humans and Sangheili team up and go to the Ark to stop the Halo
Okay.
rings from firing.
We're approaching the
It's like-
final minute of this ridiculous stream. Thank you everybody for your support and for coming. Oh shit, looks like Georgie Gaines is fucking doing the thing. We're gonna rate her because she's literally the only person who's fucking up right now. Because I think she's in England or whatever. Nudeception. Oh yeah, like fourth dimensional nudisms. Fucking, you know. Bob Ross is up. Wait, is Bob Ross babe up? Is she? What? Bob Ross is dead. What the fuck y'all talking? Oh, what the hell? You mean actual Bob Ross? What the shit? That's wild. Okay. Bob Ross Marathon on the weekend. Wild. All right. 30 seconds. Yes, 30 seconds before we're fucking out of here. Well, actually, 17 seconds now. Fucking. So we're gonna raid Georgie Gaines. How the fuck do you spell it? Spells it weird. 2 E's. Go to sleep, Noodle. I'm doing that immediately. Okay. NoodIndigo. Hey, Miss Iceheart. NoodleLingo. Hey, Miss Iceheart. Fucking, you're literally here at the end because I've been streaming for 20 hours, and we're gonna raid Georgie. Hit her with the. I appreciate you stopping by, but I'm going to bed. Hit her with the League Invasion, Reggie Steals, all that shit. I was looking from Silver's raid. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm glad you didn't come at the last minute. Thank you for stopping by. Good night, morning is fucking join the Discord. League for life. I'm going to bed. Bye.